Like I said, we will reconvene our board meeting.
Roll.
Yes, please.
All right, trustees, when I call your name, please respond. Dan Costi. Christine Cronin.
Here.
Scott Davidson.
Here.
Connor Fecht. Emily Folkstad.
Here.
Gary George. Chuck Hoffman.
Yes.
Aaron Lair.
Here.
Tamara Mabbitt.
Here.
Mark Pearson.
Here.
Cedric Reel. Kelly Ryan.
Here.
Amdi Skabong.
Here.
Brenda Smith.
Here.
Carrie Thompson.
Here.
Maurizio Valerio.
Here.
I love this speed.
I know, so fast.
Gotta stay on your toes.
Me too. Yes.
Chair Hoffman, we have a quorum.
There is no time to dally. All right. Well, let's jump right into it. First order of business today is we have day one recap. I think we recapped it to the extent needed. Framing day two. So we're going to be spending quite a bit of time on the economic report, the economic impact report, and prepping for our talk with Congressman Bentz. We had the opportunity to meet a little bit with him this morning, and I'm going to pivot some of the discussion, and we'll talk about that when we get a little further down the road. So do you have any additional comments regarding framing today? Okay, we will continue then. So you have in your packet an agenda item number 6B1. And that is in addition to the committee assignments that I know you've all had a chance to look at. What we would like to bring up at this point is to discuss whether the board would be interested in meeting remotely out time the previously assigned structure. And we're not looking for a decision right now, but we're asking you to consider this potential. It came about because in the April meetings, we had difficulty with a couple committees getting a quorum, and we ended up having some online only meetings, which were outside of the traditional meeting hours and outside of the traditional meeting days. As you know, historically, we've had a day of committee meetings, one right after the other, during what would be considered regular working hours. The meetings that, the one meeting, Tamara, I think it was your meeting that we met at 7 in the morning, and that went pretty successful. Now, I will admit that it was the second day of, it was, you know, in April we have 2 days of meeting. It wasn't like there was a packed agenda, but I think that meeting was met with positive responses. So anyway, the idea is that, you know, if the board wanted to pursue the idea, each committee could develop its schedule, decide whether the meetings were going to be online only or hybrid. We've already decided, as you remember, to make the winter meeting online so people wouldn't have to travel. I guess hybrid would be a better term because people who are here, you know, will be able to be here. So we've made that decision. So really what we're talking about is the fall and the spring meeting, whether the committees want to have that outside the regular structure. So maybe the committee chairs can discuss that with your committees and see how your committees feel about that. And then once we have a feeling of where the committees are, then we'll make a decision. Susanna, Kelly, do you have any additional comments? Does that have I framed that properly? Okay. Any questions on the part of the board?
Yeah, Chair Hoffman. I like what you said, and I do recall, and I appreciate the flexibility. And someone continued to say it's okay to hire somebody mid-career who might not have quite the meeting flexibility as other people. So that 7 a.m. worked really well for me and myself and the governance committee. So when will we decide, and should we do that? Should I, just consult maybe offline with the people in the governance committee and see what works best, obviously with Susanna, so we're in sync with scheduling and notices, et cetera?
Yes, that is what I'd like you to do, and take the next several weeks or months to decide. Because if we're going to do this for the fall meeting, we need to decide by October. So October is our next series of meetings, and then the board meeting, of course, will be in November. Okay, Aaron, makes sense to you?
Makes sense to me. Also, did anybody else pull up the sheet to see who Christine's second choice was?
I did.
I was like, is she on ASA as second choice? But no, Tamara, you were Chris's second choice. I will just make the assumption that I was her first.
I wasn't
Just
making
saying.
a choice as to the chair. I love you both equally.
Was ASA your first choice? Because I would like to just take that.
ASA was my first
And
choice.
it is a statement on the chairs, Tamara. Just so we're clear.
I was trying to be semi-transparent.
She doesn't have a mean vote.
Let the record show that 7 minutes into this meeting, I've lost control.
A little fun goes a long way.
Okay. Our next agenda item is AI at EOU. So, as everybody knows, AI has woven itself into all corners of our world, including academics, and that raises the question, how does EOU maintain academic integrity, get it, AI, in the world of artificial intelligence? Get it, AI. I came up with that myself. On one hand, AI tools can help students develop learning skills and organize complex thoughts, while on the other hand, they increase the risk of plagiarism, misinformation, and over-reliance on technology. Students need to know how AI systems work and how to recognize bias and inaccuracies in AI-generated content. A little over a year ago, the president updated the board on EOU's AI implementation strategy, and we've decided that it's now time to hear another update, especially in the context of our 4 new board members. So as you can see, Provost Geisinger and Director Justin Montgomery are here to give us an update. So gentlemen, I will turn things over to you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Chair Hoffman. Good morning, trustees. At the start, this presentation, which is shared between Justin and myself, I need to lower expectations, at least for my part, because this is not the presentation where you get all the answers of AI. And you all have your experiences. Yeah, you all have your experiences, with AI at your workplace or studies where you are. You all formed your opinions and impressions, and we want to end actually with a conversation about this because we like to learn from you, but also we like to hear from you how you would see, the university engage with AI, integrate it, and so on. So the presentation is more about what we've done so far and structures we have started to put in place, to foster a sensible, critical, conversation about AI, making use of AI where it really leads to efficiencies, but also be cautious and mindful about how it affects pedagogy and teaching and assignment design. This is the purview of the faculty. However, we have to balance that with the need for the students who we graduate to go out there and use AI in their disciplines. And if we don't teach them here the ethical use and the pitfalls of AI, when they go and enter their careers, well, then who will, really? We don't want to send them out. So we have to balance, now the use of AI in instructions, so about AI, but also use of AI in transmitting that information. So this is an ongoing challenge with which every university is struggling, actually. And so we're part of that. But I'm going to let Justin now start up our experiences or the numbers that we had with our use of ChatGPT early on. So Justin, please.
Sure. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Am I talking into the microphone? I do not have a green light. I have a green light. Oh, I don't get to turn on a microphone very often anymore. My band days are done. So yeah, let's talk about EOU's AI integration initiative. So it was funded by a $248,000 grant. It was a workforce grant. It evolved kind of from an informal committee into formal governance. We transitioned from ChatGPT to Google Gemini for education. That just happened recently. So, like I said, the $248,000 Future Ready Oregon Workforce Grant, it purchased we used $144,000 of it to purchase ChatGPT EDU licenses. The rationale was that what we found was there were about 900 EOU.edu email addresses that had been used to create free ChatGPT accounts. That's a severe data risk and security risk. So ChatGPT EDU allowed us to wrap all of those underneath and then control those. So underneath in more advanced security protocols. So it complied with EDU complied with FERPA. It complied with the SOC security guidelines. So it was a safe data space for the most part, right? We didn't want.
Justin, may I interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
Will you share with the group here today who those licenses were delivered to? Was it faculty and staff, or were students included?
Students were not included. So it was full-time faculty, full-time staff. We were able to only secure 463, so we allocated them to full-time faculty, full-time staff, not students. I believe I take that back, there were 2 students
Student workers.
But they were student workers. It was underneath their student worker umbrella.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a clear point about that because there is some miscommunication within our community about that. So thank you.
Absolutely. We also used it to secure consulting and training. The rest of the funds were for that. Really interesting. Recently, I'm attending EAB fellowship meetings as a fellow. We just had an AI meeting, and the presenter described the early adoption model that is starting to be created, and it's exactly what we followed step by step. We just didn't know we were doing it. So what happened was we ended up marketing communications is out front. Part of the reason we did that, part of the reason was that happens is we've been using AI. AI is not a new tool. It's just the generative portion of it is. Narrow AI has been around in marketing and communication for 20 years. That's why you get the Amazon ad that pops up after you buy a shoe or something like that. So, like I said, marketing communications out front. It's usually followed by an informal group that has faculty involvement. Then an ad hoc committee is formed, policies written, policies walk back, ad hoc committee is disbanded, and then it's rolled into formal established frameworks. The key difference here, though, that we found was that we used the grant funds to gain the experience, stumble through, make the mistakes without a financial layout from the university. And then now we have that knowledge under our belt to move forward in a way that, it's informed. And that's exactly what we're doing. So how do people use the system? Between 2025 2026, we had 453 workspace users, right around 260. It kind of flowed back and forth through the months. Were power users, and then there were a lot of nominal users. They would drop in, use it once or twice, drop out, then come in. We didn't have insight into the actual content at a high level. We could have, but we purposefully chose not to do that because we wanted to make sure people were comfortable using these systems and tools without the feeling like there was somebody standing over their shoulder watching them. But we do have that level of ability to get into these systems and see what people are doing. Like I said, they generated about 191,000 messages and over 500 projects. And these are cross-departmental projects, right? So facilities may be doing some kind of review on documentation and they need somebody over here, so they were pulling people in back and forth. It was integrated, but not as integrated as the current Gemini model that we have. One of the systems that we did have as part of our contract, so the contract was everything. I call it it's everything for free. And we used it, and we used it well. Our programmers used the codex system. They burned through 2 billion tokens, generating over tens of thousands of lines of code. Some particular use cases on my team, our web designer, Jesse Simone, he built 3 tools for our website redesign. One audited the entire site. That's 5,300 pages and posts at a cost of $100. That is huge. It really saved us on the website redesign. One is a searchable archive of all the content that's on the current site, which allowed the site managers to feel comfortable going in and deleting site or content. There's a real sense of fear when someone deletes something, and it's all saved, it's all backed up, and we didn't have to devote a bunch of time to do it. And the last one is we have a we're using it now. It's a media audit library tool. It's allowing us to reduce over 20,000 media files on the current website down to a real manageable size that we've moved over, right? We're looking at about 10,000 media files. But it's not all utopian. It's not all roses, right? So 82% of the faculty surveyed suspect undisclosed AI use, and only two of the faculty survey filed formal complaints, and they cited that it was difficult to prove actual AI use. This is important because currently people are relying on AI detectors, which have been proven consistently to not be up to the job. And I can share studies with you that if you'd like later on. But one of the things that a particular study out of Stanford found was that they're actually biased against English language learners. So if English is not your first language, AI detectors flag at a higher percentage rate. And we do have, particularly some of our Islander students, not just Islander students, but across the board, we do have English language learners. And there is a growing trend of litigation. So when universities use AI detectors strictly as the reason, people are litigating. So it's growing. But we are we're aware of these concerns and we're being proactive, and that is, like it says on the slide, the subject of the next section, which is
Okay.
Provost Geisinger.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Justin. And now it's going to get more formal, more structural. And please bear with me as I stumble through my slides, given my vision disability, and I'll actually end about some comments with AI and disability accommodation. So as Justin said, we started out with in the end of 2023, just right when ChatGPT released their 3.5 model, there was a group that self-assembled in the best academic tradition, an interest group and a discussion forum that came together. There was no guidance. People could join and talk and discuss, and Justin was one of the prime movers. We had the computer science chair join, other faculty joined, other groups from all across campus. There was no limitation. So that was our first thing in terms of exploring, and experimenting with AI and collecting really everybody's input about what they have seen outside. This was so new, and so this thing about have you seen this, have you seen that, was very important for us at the same time. The committee then and I come back to that, assumed a group, that had been sent, a faculty group that was sent to the American Association of Colleges and Universities. They had a AI in the curriculum workshop. So that group, was intensely studying that and joined that group at some point. The next step was, because this group was informal, what was the authority, all these things, what can we do? How do we continue? Led us to figure out a more formal AI governance structure. And the decision early on was, we cannot set up a parallel AI governance structure in addition to all the committees that we have. And we are really, for all the committees we have to staff, we're running out of people to staff these committees, really. So that was really not an option. And it would have been a very large committee, separate, because AI touches everybody on campus, every unit. They all would want to be represented in it, rightfully so. And so it gets completely out of control. So we used then an existing data governance structure, and I'll come back to that as well, and map the AI functions, the non-pedagogical AI functions, onto that. So thanks, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
So summarizing what the AI committee did well, right? And I said some of the things early on, an early discussion forum. It was also a place for President Ryan and cabinet to turn as a body who could engage with AI, could answer questions. As Justin said, the Future Ready Oregon grant, the committee got engaged with that one and shaped the direction there on where we wanted to go. So that was very, very useful at the beginning. The committee, of course, was driven by, or the composition was volunteers, right? And they went in and out, so that was always an issue. Composition, only those folks who had time and a specific interest would join it. That may just also skew the discussions. And the fundamental issue really was, as you can see at the bottom of the slide, that it was one committee for two very different things, right? We had AI, in business uses, our CRMs and all those systems that we're using in various departments. We had risk assessment, we had security issues, data security issues, all of those. That was one big area of it from practitioners. The other thing was the classroom use. That was a completely different issue. Pedagogy, how is pedagogy affected? How is assignment design affected, and various other things, And Justin alluded to the AI detectors and issues, so that the committee tried to do it all in an informal way with varying composition. That was clearly not sustainable. But before I move on to what we did, I want to acknowledge some other things that took place. That was not the only AI discussion. I mentioned the AI in the curriculum workshop that some faculty attended. Michael Fleischer from the College of Business was leading that effort. He was also in the AI committee. And now then, Daniel Costi and Justin Montgomery did a study about use of AI in administration, and they surveyed people about that, including yours truly here. So that was an effort that was very valuable. I mentioned the Future Ready Oregon grant and the AI framework report that was commissioned through the Future Ready Oregon grant by the AI committee, and we're still assessing that one, and we'll work with that going forward. So I also want to mention at the end of the committee, there was the library started to host sessions about use of AI in general. Again, everybody could contribute. There were a variety of topics, just faculty and staff got together, some talking about the environmental impacts that it had, the whole data center issue, but others had more specific issues across the curriculum and so on. So that was really, again, that's the academic tradition, to form these interest groups and just pursue something. So, as I mentioned also, the decision was then to embed AI, the AI governance, into existing structures that we had. And I mentioned all the issues that we would have had with a parallel structure already. So we have an existing data governance structure onto which we mapped some function, but the guiding principles there were really, again, no parallel structure that we have there. The risk assessment and strategic decisions, they would remain to be centralized, although AI, of course, is all over the place, but these functions need to be centrally loaded. We did not want to affect the purview of the faculty, which is just the pedagogy in it, that needed to stay with the faculty going forward, and also need to scale. Once AI uses grow and new areas are explored, we needed a structure to accommodate all of these. So now let me take a step back, and you may have heard it at a previous meeting about how we redid our data governance structure. A few years ago, a former president started a data oversight committee, which out of necessity was sort of coordinating data issues across different units who might be affected by the use of one system. This committee was just a working group at the beginning. It started growing. As somebody had an issue, they came and they joined. And the committee got bigger and bigger and bigger, became more and more unwieldy. Out of necessity, it started making decisions that affected strategic directions of the university, which was really not its purpose, while it also gave them authority that they should not have had, in terms of the level of decision that they made. It was still, is all valuable work, it met a real need at the time, but clearly we had to do something different. So we worked with our EAB partners as part of our strategic service agreement. So they came on to campus, they launched a survey, they had focus group, they talked about our processes, our data system processes that we have on campus. They wrote a report with recommendations. Likewise, our auditor, Clifton Larson Allen, came and they did more about a technology and systems issue. So EAB was more process focused. Clifton CLA was more the technology and systems infrastructure focused. They also came and they surveyed campus folks, so everybody had input. Long story short, we came up with this bicameral data governance structure. The first feature is that it clearly separates strategic decisions from operational decisions. And that's what the previous, as I mentioned, the previous data oversight mingled in some way that wasn't actually even defined. So we have a data strategy group, which is VPs, and it has an ex officio, our CIO, and also our director on it. That makes the strategic decision, approves funding, finds funding, and various things like this. Underneath it is the operational group, that's the data governance group, which has deans, VPs, and other representatives from various groups, high-level ones, really making sure there is this coordination across the different domains, which I come next. So that's it. And the data governance group has 5 subgroups, which all assume important data functions. So we're starting out with the data standards group. This is really make sure our data definitions, for example, are the same across systems. We had unfortunate development that we have for satellite systems where different data fields were defined in various ways, slightly different. So then it depended on when you ask a question, but what about this? One system gave you this answer, another system gives you a different answer. And we got to end this discussion. My data says this, and my data says that, right? Clearly, that's a result. Again, it wasn't malicious or in any way. This is how our system evolved. Our banner system ceased to be the single source of truth, and data lived elsewhere. So we're trying to work that back. Anyway, that's why the data standards group is really critical. Then we have a data access group, which has a lot of information security function. It regulates access to our systems. It approves it. It also removes it. We have been not as good at removing access from folks who are no longer here, admittedly, than giving access. So this is an enterprise risk that we had to clear out, and that's the purpose of the classification group. And they have to present access reports every year. Moving to the data quality and stewardship subgroup. So this is really the audit function. So data standards defines what the data looks like, what the data fields mean, and how it's defined. The standards really, they audit compliance with it, what data is put in, how is data being used, and various other security functions. We have a business system subgroup there, which is again the use of the data in all of our various administrative systems that we're using. And then we have, and that's new really, it's an instructional technology subgroup. One criticism from faculty that I always heard was, well, there is no faculty represented in the data oversight committee that was before. And there were decisions made about Canvas modules and what to change and what to buy, which affected really how the Canvas shells looked and how they were functioning, and faculty were not there. So when I became provost, one of the first things was to get a faculty member on their discussion. But we wanted to formalize this more. This information technology subgroup is really about the technology aspects that affect instruction or instructional systems right there. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So we decided to map the non-pedagogy functions onto this structure. And the assignments here are given. You can probably hopefully read it, just read it there. But the strategy, of course, the AI strategy goes with this data strategy committee, right? The cross-domain cooperation. The domains are the various subgroups of the AI system, goes with the data governance committee. And then you can see below there various other functions affecting AI were mapped on that. And that worked really well. What's outside of this structure is the pedagogy, right? That we wanted to leave that with the faculty. So there's going to be a separate AI pedagogy group going on there for all these other discussions. And I worked with the Center for Teaching Learning Assessment, with the chair, on a charter for this. Initially, our charter was really one that empowered that committee a lot in terms of authority, but it also had expectations for that group, things they have to provide. And then we felt, well, this really goes against the spirit of what we're trying to do, no parallel structures, right? So we retooled it, and now it is continues the tradition of this being a forum where things, pedagogical issue, can be explored, where discussions can be made, professional development takes place, a lot of it self-organized there. So just to enable these conversations at a broader campus level. This group is affiliated with the Center for Teaching and Learning Assessment, again, which is also faculty members that are there. So clearly this leads the discussions, the conversations about AI with faculty when it comes to instruction and when it comes to pedagogies. This committee can, of course, make recommendations, right? And they can go through our standard policy process, which takes a recommendation to the Policy Coordinating Council, and then it goes to shared governance. And there was another thing, any such things, policy changes, the authority is not vested in the data governance even, or in the pedagogy group. This goes to regular data shared governance channel, which was important for us to preserve. So, more about the pedagogy group. I summarized it already, so no policy-making authority on its own. There is no determination of topics they can explore. We want this frank discussion going forward. We want a broad membership, and we want faculty from various disciplines. AI at heart is a disciplinary issue, right? And the uses of AI in disciplines varies much, but we know that our graduates, they need to be ready to use AI in their disciplines. And these business uses, they vary, of course, from discipline to discipline. And we need to be ready for that. That's why a broad pedagogical representation is important. We want a student representation on there. Ideally, one undergrad students and one graduate students. And we will talk to the EOU about staffing that. We also want a student affairs member because there are some sensitive issues about plagiarism, AI use, AI detections, and things that come up that affect student affairs as well. So that already led to friction about the student conduct process, versus, something flagged academically by faculty member. Where's the borderline? We had meetings about this. It's a touchy issue. So that representation was important as well. And of course, CTLA member, one is on the pedagogy group. So we have that tighter link also in the people that we have. Finally, technical issues that the AI pedagogy group may come up with, right? There, rightfully, they go to the information technology subgroup of the data governance. So these data flow aspects and various other things. So I already folded in the benefits of the structure that we have. And so I can probably skip that and go to the next slide. And that's something that's dear to my heart because I found with dealing with my disability, AI to be of tremendous help. right? In so many aspects. So I appreciate it for that. But that led me to the question, what about AI as a disability, accommodation for our students? And there is potential conflict, could come up. We want to preempt that about students claiming, I was assigned AI, I can use it as an accommodation, and now I'm using for this and that, So the friction between the faculty who may strictly prohibit the use of AI in an entire course of a certain environment versus disability accommodations. So we need to be clear about this, and that is that the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act, trumps any faculty precedent, faculty preference that they have in how they want to run their classes. And we have to maintain this. The decision there, is with the disability service, this office. They determine the accommodation, and if it's AI, it is AI. And use of AI cannot be grounds for any suspicions about a student and what they do. This is protected by law. And of course, as with other accommodations, we need to strictly observe that. We haven't seen anything come forward. I'm not aware of anything come forward, but I think we need to have this clarity up front, that the law specifies this requirement. And those tools, some of those tools, as you know, they are amazing, right? They really can be of substantial help for our students. Using all the systems that I used before to help me with all kinds of jobs, systems, now it's all nicely concentrated in AI, and not only that, I always struggled with long documents, which I had then read to me. And so then I have to listen to a document until I finally come to the point that's interesting where I want to pick up that little nugget. Right? With AI, of course, you can search for it readily and ask specific questions, have subsections listed, yada yada, summaries given, so you can quickly do that. So it's enormous savings for folks with disabilities. I want to say one more thing in terms of the campus discussion. It is a heated discussion, of course, as you can well imagine, and feelings run really high. There is the fear about, of course, replacing AI with people, and not just with faculty, with everyone on campus. I would say, given that we have a very lean personnel structure, right? This is really for us about efficiency, not about replacement, but making those staff we have left, to be more efficient in their work and cover more fields more effectively, more comfortably. And this is also how we need to approach, I think, in terms of faculty, right? These are tools to help you, to assist you, if it makes sense to me. Again, always keeping in mind, we need to train the students for the world, and the world is with AI. But that doesn't mean that every instructor in every class has to use AI or something like this. Really, a program needs to be able to, as a whole, talk about AI in that discipline. How they do it, this is totally their purview, and you want to keep that. Anyway, I'm coming to the end now, but some questions that we're pondering and that maybe we can discuss now with you is how to balance this AI innovation with academic integrity. And other things we could discuss is what long-term student workforce readiness should be prioritized, in terms of preparation, as I mentioned too. And how do we keep our governance agile? The technical development is so fast right now, right? And our governance structure is designed to be cautious, to be, inclusive, have a place for discussion, which is all good. It's all very academic, but the response time of such a structure is rather long compared to the technical development. And that's something we also have to grapple with, and how we can do this. I guess with that, I'd like to end, and I look forward to your questions and comments and your experiences with AI at your workplaces and what you have concluded. So thank you very much.
Thank you both. Before we go around for some comments, could you, just on a couple of acronyms, pardon me for not having these ready at hand, but EAB,
Oh, it's a outside consultant, right? They used to be known as the Education Advisory Board. Now they're really just EAB.
Okay,
And we have a strategic services agreement with them. They provide a lot of market data for us for the academic master planning. They did program assessments. They check out the market potential of new programs for us. So various other things, So
thank you. That's what I thought it was. I just wanted to confirm. And CTLA.
it's the Center for Teaching, Learning, and Assessment.
Okay, so thank you again. You have some questions for the board, and then you may have some other questions as well. I will kick things off and then turn it over to all of you. And I've mentioned this to the provost. This is such a huge topic. It makes absolute sense, doesn't it, that there's fear about AI implementation at the university level, because there's fear about AI implementation at every level where AI is used. So that's natural. But the impact of AI on higher education is so huge that one of my ideas, I'd like you to think about it, and this is brand new to the president also, I haven't even told her, but I wonder if, my thought is, should AI be a standing meeting agenda item? Should that be something that we visit at every meeting rather than once every couple years or every year? Just something to think about. And I'm not trying to, the idea of this is not to make work for people, but the idea is, as these sort of issues come up, that you want some governance input on. So just a thought that I had about maybe we should make it a standing agenda item. I'll send you an email after the meeting and ask for your opinion. So be thinking about that, and from a staff perspective too, I'd appreciate knowing whether you think that's a good idea or a bad idea. I have a great knack for coming up with some bad ideas. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I plan to ask Erin to do in the coming year as part of her work plan is to understand that the university is walking a really fine line here with artificial intelligence. On the one hand, the university cannot claim to be able to protect anybody from AI. We never want to pretend that tools have not become so integrated that we're able to say, you can go through this world and never touch it. That is absolutely not feasible. On the other hand, we don't want to say, you have to use AI or you are not a functioning part of society, right? So I think one of the things that I think is really important for the Academic and Student Affairs Committee is to dig into this particular issue. I think a panel that includes a faculty member who is using it successfully, and I'm happy to give you these names. I talked to people. There was one really kind of great conversation I had with someone who tried to put it in the classroom, and then there was so much cognitive offloading that it fell apart, and she ended up having to be like, class, you have to actually work. You can't just hand me machine learning. You have to be able to answer questions after the machine learning. And then, someone who's completely opposed to it, right? We have to be able to have conversations that represent the variety of spectrums, because, more than anything, what a university needs is passionate faculty. And for some faculty, AI is expanding passion. It's allowing them, for example, to dig into research or vast literatures and speed up their processing times. But for others, it is taking away their souls because it is so hard to see through. I mean, the massive cheating that AI enables. And it is important for us to develop students with integrity. And one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure we underscored the fact that, AI has not been delivered to students, we have not given students free accounts, is that, we have to be careful about how our students use AI. I mean, I remember asking VP Molly to send out a message to all of our students because I was worried about AI-induced psychosis, to be honest with you. AI is so sycophantic. I mean, you use it and you're like, wow, I'm truly an incredible person. And that, that leads to people using it more often. That's intentional. And we can't have technology companies basically training models on students. That is very discouraging to me about their emotional well-being for a generation that had those moments during the pandemic where they are more comfortable with machines sometimes than people. So this is a very delicate situation, and it's one where we're trying, again, we never want to, one of our values is discovery. We want people to engage in discovery using AI if it suits them, if it suits their discipline. One of our other values is quality. We have to make sure that quality learning occurs and it is not offloaded to another. So I just wanted to share that. I mean, I don't know that it needs to be a standing item. That's ultimately the choice of the board, not the president. But I do think that it is wise for the committee to engage in some serious conversations and hear from the many people affected by it.
Yeah, and thank you for that. As you were talking, it occurred to me that perhaps it's more appropriate for AI to be a standing ASA committee item than a board item. And I think that's an excellent segue. Dan, you're online. I think the board would, the rest of the board would really value hearing from you at this point.
Yeah, a perhaps heuristic for that kind of range of perspectives of faculty that President Ryan was alluding to may be having a representative from each of the colleges. My guess is my college, the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences, is probably some of the more concerned faculty on campus, and they have very legitimate reasons for being concerned. But on that same point, STEM, I mean, I could see them being much more likely to embrace this, as it may be much more helpful as a tool for computer programmers or whatever disciplines their students are getting into. So I do think this has, I was thinking the governance should maybe be at the college level, but back to your point on the having it as a standing agenda item, Provost Geisinger did, they had to kind of do some complicated stuff to make sure that there's a through line and that speaks to of the different aspects of AI. And I think that speaks to the fragmentation, how it's cross-cutting all of these different functions and operations on campus. I think because it's so fragmented, it may be a good idea to have it as an agenda item, as a place where all of the discussions could at least, there's an opportunity for people to be exposed to the other questions in the other spaces where AI may be influencing it. But yeah, that's kind of what's going through my head at this point.
Thanks very much. Peter, the pedagogy group, has it formed yet?
It has not. We're going to roll this out when faculty come back through Center for Teaching, Learning, and Assessment.
So maybe Dan's idea of college level representation on that group
for sure
could be explored. Thanks, Dan. All right, So I will open it up. Tamara, go ahead.
Thank you. So as chair, the government continue to evolve and trust that President Ryan and faculty would elevate it to the governance committee if you think an overarching policy would be beneficial. And I don't know that we're there yet, but I anticipate that it might come there sometime. And thank you for your work on this.
There are a few policies that are going to run through the university next year over this. We have some drafts that they go through our university council, our faculty senate. And these policies, again, to be clear, are not saying you must use and you cannot use. I mean, one of my concerns is bullying at this point about who uses it and who doesn't use it. It's I want to be careful about that and make sure that that quality of discovery remains central to the university. diversity and also anchoring it in quality. But there are a few policies that are going to come through. There are very clear, again, cognitive offloading issues and risk enterprise issues that we just have to make sure. There are laws like FERPA where we can't just hand out student information randomly, right? So I think it would be great once we get those moving to have Peter come to governance. I think that's a really good point, and I wish I had thought of it myself.
Other thoughts? Maurizio.
I'm going to start with a thought of levity first. Acronyms. You brought it up, Chuck, acronym. On the agenda here reads AI, and we are a rural university. For me, means still artificial insemination, unless it's spelled otherwise. Like other acronyms like EPD, expected progeny difference, as applies to beef, or ACE, a moment of levity. But I think it's also a moment of an incredible opportunity to link this incredibly fast-moving issue that touches the lives of all of us to that precious word, rural. How does AI make a difference at MIT or EOU? If we are a rural university, is there going to be a difference there for the MIT students or the OSU students and the EOU students, how AI will affect the integrity, the exploration, and thank you so much, Peter, for mentioning disabilities, because I don't want to forget for one moment that has opened the world for two people in that. So notwithstanding the marvelous thing that can happen, I think it should be almost a cultural question of our designation as a rural university. And we may decide at every level that makes zero difference for an EOU student how we approach AI, or it may make a niche in which in the future there could be some specific ways or specific philosophy of approach to this. One more thing, if I may. Lunch and Learn, I think this could be a phenomenal moment for a continuous exploration of this with topics and examples. One more thing too, share the presentation please, because you have put so many things up there and I'm still at line number 1A. So on the second page. And one more example from the world of philanthropy. In the world of philanthropy, where a grant is a tool, we have seen an explosion of grant writing applications. Up to this point, that was a bottleneck. Organizations were not capable of writing enough grant to find the money. Now they don't need to. Once we learn how to do it, instead of receiving 10,000 grants a year, we are receiving already 30, 40, 50% more. 100% written by AI, which is asking philanthropy a good question. Very soon, very fast, right now, we need an AI instrument and tool to read those. So we're ruling people out. No more a team of people that read AI submitted grants, but an AI tool that reads the AI grants that have been submitted. So thank you. Super important. I love to continue this because we're learning daily and it's moving so fast.
I think so much of what you said is true, and we're fortunate to have Daniel on the committee because he actually did engage in a study of how rural and AI should or could work out, and Justin has been deeply engaged in it as well. I remember a LinkedIn post that Justin put on his own account. It must have been a year or two now, and it really just moved me about how much it has assisted him in ways not dissimilar to Peter. And, your point about disability is just very well taken. And I do think the efficiency piece is one that is kind of at least in my discussions with Dan and Justin when they interviewed me for their rural research, one of the things I shared was I was not worried at all about losing people to AI because rural capacity is so lean, to Peter's point. We don't have extra people around here. I wish we had extra people. And what I think it does is it helps us out. And, on the faculty side, which is different from the business side, we don't have concerns about efficiency. We know they're getting their grades in. We know they're, moving through their classes. But on the business side, and if there is a problem, the deans work with them on it. But it's helpful in lean rural environments. And I don't know, Daniel, or Justin, for that matter, if you guys would want to respond to, your research, because I think you're right. Our rural mission, our rural edge is always the thing that helps us carve out unique spaces.
I mean, if Justin wants to talk to this point, but I'm actually going through the data now. Justin, I didn't tell you I went back into the data because I want to get this out into a manuscript for publication, and when it gets ready, I'll be sure to share it with you all. But it can maybe be distilled down to this. Really, there's really no downsides of incorporating. There's some environmental, but by and large, no big downsides to staff and administration taking on it. It's making their jobs a lot easier, and they're able to attend to other things. As speaking to the efficiency point, really the biggest sticking point is that way. How do we make sure that students are learning? And that's really at the core of all of this. Is one thing that doesn't come up a lot. Well, we know learning is based a foundation of trust and a relationship between the student and the teacher. The pandemic taught us that a lot because, the computer was that middleman between those two. And it did kind of break down that interpersonal ability to build that trust. With AI, I've seen a lot of suspicion of AI use in my classroom as well. And what really bothers me, and I don't think this gets highlighted enough, is the fact that in my head, I'm wondering if they're taking my feedback and making a better product, or if they're using AI. And I hate that thought in my head that I'm questioning a student without any evidence, even though this work is so much better than their first product. I like to think that they learned from me, and that's why that product is. So I do think that on the whole, this could be an indication of, my trust in my students is eroding. And if I were to accuse a student, that the trust in, and I was wrong, that trust in me would have eroded. So, if trust is that foundational piece, I worry about that piece of trust being eroded on both ends. But as far as back to what President Ryan was talking about, yes, it is a game changer and a positive for staff and administration. That's at least from the perspectives of those on campus. It's a valuable tool for sure.
Dan, that was beautifully stated. I just really appreciate you sharing that.
No worries.
And one of the interesting one of the interesting things kind of that's manifested out of all of this AI, generative AI stuff. One of the fathers of generative AI, he made a prediction. He said radiologists were going to be put out of business, right? We wouldn't need a radiologist. And what ended up happening was, what's happening now is that the capacity of radiologists is now increasing, so the demand for radiology is increasing. AI can be used to analyze the x-rays, and then the radiologist does the human work, the interfacing with doctors, talking about helping develop treatment plans, all of those different things that AI is not really great at this point. And so, yes, it absolutely helps us build capacity, but it still requires the person there to use the tool to optimize for what they're doing. Are there going to be some jobs that are disrupted? Absolutely. Are there going to be some jobs that are going to go away? Absolutely. Another analogy was the man who lost his job to a Model T never drove a Model T. But no one can say that the Model T in the car hasn't fundamentally changed humanity. It happens. right? This is just a natural part of living in a technologically driven experience, I guess. So,
Chair, could I speak?
Okay, we have just a few more minutes. We have 2 additional comments. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Chris.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for a fascinating and excellent presentation. Again, it just makes me so proud of being part of EOU because we're ahead of the game in terms of how the university is going to handle this issue. So thank you so much. I had the great good fortune of last year of hearing from Zach Cass, who was one of the founders of generative AI, and he's written a book called Renaissance with the AI highlighted. And so it's an excellent book, and he's an excellent speaker, but he talked about how AI has the potential, as we've been talking, for great good or great harm. And the key, I think, of all of this is what Dr. Ryan, you said, and you've all alluded to, is how do we help our students to understand and use this resource effectively and with integrity and character. He talks about AI as being the next renaissance in terms of how it's going to fundamentally change society even more than the internet has. That our lives will look different and could look different in a incredibly positive way. But, and that's the key, is are we going to use it ethically? And so I think that's hard to figure out how we're going to do that, how we're going to help our students to use it effectively. And because we're lazy, we want to take the easy way out, but we still need critical thinkers who are going to be upstanding and helpful members of society using AI. So that I think is the challenge, is how we're going to provide an opportunity for students who are using it ethically and in the most positive way to be highlighted. And I'm thinking of the symposium and having a place where students have been exemplary in how they've incorporated AI in a positive way in their projects might be one tiny piece of how to highlight, you can cheat. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for you to be innovative. And I think I've already seen that. I talked to a young lady who had used some AI with her work. Anyway, I just want to congratulate you, but also express that I think some focus really needs to be on how to celebrate students and help them to use it ethically. And Daniel, thank you for your struggle with that. You're going to figure it out.
I have approximately 1,000,005 thoughts, but I know. I was saying that to say I'm not going to try to articulate them here, but Vice Chair Valerio of ASA, I'm really looking forward to the conversation. I think both Tamara and I think Tamara and I may be in coordination with Provost Geisinger. What I want to be really cautious of is what our role on the board really is, because I think we all have a lot of real passions ourselves, real lived experience, not to put words in Tamara's mouth, but she lives in the land of land use conversations that are also really heated, and that ethical side of this and water. And anyway, all that to say, it would be really good if, as these get brought into the committees, that we're more structured and intentional in how we frame them coming to the committees than we might be with other topics, so that we don't, as a board, create a new layer of creative challenges for Dr. Ryan and other executive members to have to navigate. Like, we shouldn't be adding to the complexity, rather guiding or providing insight where it makes sense. So I think I'm just saying a word of caution that when we get to topics like this, it's always really great, even if it feels like pedantic, to say, as a reminder or couching that agenda item, here's the role of the board as we enter into something that all of us will have various lived experiences, opinions, advisories, lenses to apply, but just keeping in mind what that looks like within our roles. Because I could see us not intentionally, but certainly getting off the rails.
And I think one of the ways we deal with that is by having the provost and others bring this slide to the board, where the questions of governance.
Yes.
So there's the questions for the board. So did you receive the information from the board that you were looking for at this point? Did you get the feedback that you were hoping for?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're starting out with the common concerns, and larger goals that we have for it. So that's really good. I look forward to other meetings where we can maybe discuss more about the individual experiences that board members have, maybe during the break. Happy to talk about those. It's certainly an ongoing thing. And as I said, started out, nobody has the answers, all the answers, but we can talk about it and bring issues to the forefront. And that's what I continue to look forward in engaging with you.
As we do also. Tamara, I'll let you have a chance at the last word.
Super quick. Thank you very much. Just to corroborate what Aaron has said and what I said earlier, when the time is ready and you think our respective committees would be of value, we're receptive. And if that means meeting with you, Provost and Justin, outside of our normal meeting, happy to do that, but don't want to intervene and step on toes. You have it covered, and appreciate the work you've done on this. And yes, to the record, we have hundreds of pages of AI that we have to adopt into records. Makes life unnecessarily complicated.
Okay, thanks again. Vice President Seidel, I believe you are up.
Thank you, Chair Hoffman. I'm going to give a brief introduction and then I'll turn it over to our colleagues at ESI. Just to give you some background about the economic impact study. We know that return on investment is key for today's students and families when it comes to university education. We also know there's a critical scrutiny being placed on universities right now, and even more so on schools like EOU. And to advance and reinforce our value position, we need to show our economic impact on the local, regional economy, and even the statewide economy. And we also needed to do that with some third-party validation. We can go around and say, we're really important. But, if a donor or a legislator or investor says, show me the proof, and we say, well, here's our stuff. Well, how do you validate that? So we did this a number of years ago. We did our first one with the technical and regional universities back in about 2018. And for the last couple of years, we've had discussions around the need for an updated study. So we partnered up with the other two regional universities, Western and Southern, to go in financially together and develop a profile that would show both the statewide impact and our individual institutional impacts. The process was led by EOU, run through EOU, and managed largely by Susanna. And we developed the RFP. We had a number of submissions. We narrowed those down to a handful, did interviews and follow-up. We selected ESI because they had experience with similar size institutions and feedback, and we wanted their viewpoint. A lot of our departments helped supply information and data. We worked a lot on data definitions because you might not be surprised to find out that different schools had different data definitions for how they might count things. We shared out those drafts with campus leaders, got feedback on them, made corrections, fed information back to ESI. The report was finalized this summer. They've helped us develop dashboards and one-pagers. We have the full report, which we've all given to you. That's just a lot of information. We're using it already. It will be we'll be using it on the discussions around 4124. We'll be sharing it out with folks who are coming to visit us. We're sending it out to legislators. We're sharing it with folks as far as our our comprehensive campaign is going. And we've added links to the president's webpage, our government and community relations webpage, so people can easily access the information there. So a lot of work went into this, and we're thinking it's a great tool that we can utilize for a lot of different purposes over the next couple of years. Susanna, anything I leave anything out you want to add?
I don't think so. I think the biggest thing is the service area that we used as the definition, if you wanted to touch on that.
Sure. We talked about our service area, which of course is, the size of Pennsylvania, 10 counties in the eastern part of the state. We also know that we have a catchment area in terms of primary recruitment from like, that would include like Western Idaho, Southeast Washington. So we looked at data that way. Southern looks at their area, but they also include some of the northern counties in California as an impact area. Western, of course, is really a smaller area around just the university, primarily in Western Oregon. So another kind of interesting thing to walk through and how we worked on definitions. With that, I will turn it over to Cassie and Lucy to provide a bunch of information and background. I'll tell you a little bit more about it.
Thank you for that introduction. So first of all, I'd just like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Cassie Brown. I'm a vice president at eConsult Solutions. And I'd also like to thank the board for the invitation to present today. I'd like to reinforce what was mentioned earlier. This really was a big team effort, and it's not only a lot of analysis and research work on our end, but it's also a lot for Susanna and her colleagues. And so I just want to recognize all the work that went into putting this report together. So eConsult Solutions is an Philadelphia-based economic consulting firm, and we've completed studies for, I think the number is up to 140 institutions. And so we really enjoyed getting to know more about EOU and all of the regional universities of Oregon. And so I will present figures that relate to EOU, but I think first we just want to sort of place it into context. It really was 3 studies combined into one. So we looked at each of the universities separately, and then we added them all together in aggregate to show the incredible impact of all 3 of those institutions together. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Lucy.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lucy Doran. I'm a senior analyst with ESI, and everything that Cassie said, yep, it was such a pleasure getting to focus on these institutions and learn more about what you've got going on over there, and looking forward to sharing these impacts with you guys this morning.
Okay, so I will share my screen. You'll have to bear with me. I'm a Teams person. Okay, can you see that? The presentation? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay. So before we begin, I just want to very briefly go into the methodology and talk a little bit about how economic impact is analyzed for a higher ed institution. And so we look at direct expenditures, that's the direct impact, and that's the immediate result of university spending. And so that's, for example, the salaries and benefits of the staff and faculty, purchases of goods and services, procurement efforts, but we also have student and visitor spending, and also capital spending as well, so construction efforts. Indirect impacts are what happens when that spending moves through Oregon supply chains. And so we're looking at the activity of vendors, contractors, any service providers that EOU buys from, and then their suppliers in turn. And then when we look at induced impacts, that's what happens when employees and supported workers spend their wages on items such as housing, groceries, healthcare, et cetera. For all of the economic modeling, we used IMPLAN. The latest data set is from 2024, and it's really the gold standard tool for regional input-output analysis. And we also use this same software for all of our higher ed studies that we carry out. And then just wanted to mention really briefly that impacts are reported in 4 terms you'll see throughout the deck. So total economic output, employment and full-time equivalents, employee compensation, and also tax revenue. So I also wanted to talk about, and you'll see this throughout the presentation, for higher ed, we look at 4 categories that drive a university's economic impact. So we look at annual operations, capital investments, ancillary spending by students and visitors, and the wage premium earned by alumni. And as we go through this, we'll explain those in more detail. And I do want to mention as well that for ancillary spending of students, so any tuition money that goes to the university is considered to be in operations. And so we're really looking in that category, spending by students that takes place when they go get pizza and see a movie, et cetera. So each is a distinct pathway through which university dollars enter the economy. And so they are measured separately and then are aggregated. I do want to flag early that the wage premium is typically the largest category, and that's good news. We'll go into that. And the one that really compounds. So year after year, you increase the number of alumni. And so that number will just continue to increase as the years go on. And so in aggregate, Oregon's 3 regional public universities generate nearly $1.9 billion in annual economic impact statewide. That is a very big number. That activity supports 10,900 full-time equivalent Oregon jobs. And those jobs carry with them $524 million in annual employee compensation. The number to really pay attention here as well is that this activity generates over $98 million in annual state and local tax revenue. And really think about this number in context of FY 2025 state appropriations of $94.1 million. And so the state is realizing back its investment, more than its investment, just through tax revenue alone. And that's without including economic impact in that picture. And so across all 3 institutions, when we take them in aggregate, the 3 universities return about $20 in economic output for every $1 that the state invests. I also want to reinforce that over 78,000 RPU alumni live in Oregon. And so that impact extends beyond the 3 campuses into supply chains, labor markets, and communities in every corner of the state. So this just shows, and we don't have to go through this in total, but I just wanted to show each of the institutions in context and show you. So Eastern Oregon University, it's a matter of scale. And so the ratio is a little bit lower, primarily because of the alumni base and also the scale of spending. And so EOU has a smaller enrollment, and also because of a smaller enrollment, the smaller in-state alumni. But its rural mission and geographic reach are pretty incredible. And it also means a higher per student appropriation, which makes sense here. I do want to just mention once again that the regional public universities return many multiples of its appropriation back in economic impact terms and also in tax revenue. Okay. So the 1.9 billion, and we're talking in aggregate, this kind of breaks up that impact into the sources that I mentioned before. So over 445 million from university operations. And I had mentioned previously, so in aggregate, $1.1 billion from the alumni wage premium, which is roughly about 59% of the total economic impact. In addition, it shows impact of capital spending and also that ancillary spending, so visitors and student spending as well. Okay. So talking here about RPU graduates. And so throughout the presentation, we are communicating economic impact and fiscal impact as well, but really want to tell this story that it's also keeping graduates in Oregon. And so it's really a retention story. And so we found that 74% of RPU freshmen come from Oregon. We found that 71% are employed in Oregon after 1 year of graduation. And then 65% are still in Oregon 10 years out. And we'll talk about this more throughout the presentation. But really, this is a higher number than most public four-year institutions. Over 78,000 RPU alumni live in Oregon today. And also want to talk about, it's a workforce story as well. So the RPUs lead the state in high need fields. We talked a lot about teachers, education degrees, counselors, et cetera. And so really it's a retention story, but it's also a workforce story. And combined, it generates a lot of qualified employees throughout the state in high need fields. So as I mentioned, not only economic engines, but really just a supply chain for teachers, nurses, public servants, and more. And so now I will hand it off to Lucy to talk about EOU impact specifically.
Thanks, Cassie. Yep, as Cassie mentioned, moving on to looking specifically at Eastern Oregon University and its impacts across those four categories. So the first one, overall, if we take a broad look at the university, EOU is serving 4,400 students annually, 34% of which are from low-income families and 38% of which are first-generation college students. The university employs over 700 faculty, staff, and student employees. And as Cassie mentioned, the number of alumni for Eastern may be slightly smaller than the other schools, but still significant chunk at 16,000 alumni that live in the state of Oregon. And the university is operating with an $80.1 million operating budget, with a annualized average of $9 million in capital investments made by the university, and 20,000 visitors annually to the campus. So for our analysis, we were focusing on three different levels of geography. So that first and smallest level would be Union County itself, where the university is located. The second geography is the Eastern Oregon region, which is a 10-county region that covers a lot of Eastern Oregon. And then the final geographic level that we studied is the state of Oregon in aggregate. So for Eastern overall, these are its impacts by category. So 107 million in economic impact is generated by the annual operations of Eastern, and 13.9 million of capital investments, the 9 million of capital investments made by Eastern supports 13.9 million in impacts in the state. And then when it comes to those student and ancillary visitors, they are generating over 48 million in impact to the state of Oregon. And that alumni wage premium, the higher amount that graduates from Eastern are earning, is generating a total of $217 million in alumni wage premium impacts. So looking at this at the three distinct geography levels, at the state level, $388 million economic impact is generated by Eastern's operations, capital, ancillary spending, and wage premium. And $163 million of that is within Union County itself. And then the figure at the bottom is just showing the distribution of these different categories and how they are having impact at the different geographic levels. So you can see that for state of Oregon, the largest category of impact there is alumni wage premium, which makes sense because that's those 16,000 alumni within the state that are earning wages in the state and spending their income on various goods and services. And then, so as mentioned previously, Eastern is employing over 700 faculty and staff. And while these jobs are primarily focused around the campus itself in Union County, there are employees from elsewhere, and but their spending that they're generating with their salaries is primarily affecting the Union County region itself. So again, looking at the alumni in particular, as that is the largest impact category, there are over 16,000 in Oregon, and an estimated 11,000 of those are working within Oregon. So when we're looking at wage premium, we are calculating the difference between what a graduate of Eastern Oregon University will earn versus what they may earn if they did not achieve their advanced degree. So the premium for someone earning a bachelor's degree from Eastern is over $20,000, and likewise for earning an advanced degree, so a master's, a PhD, or something similar. They have a higher earning potential than their non-degreed counterparts. And that comes out to an impact of $217 million, as I previously mentioned, across the state of Oregon. And the figure there shows that the direct premium that they're earning, so the actual earnings that's greater than what they would earn without a degree, is higher than the impact generated, but very close in many cases, especially at the state level. So $230 million in additional wages is calculated itself, but then the impacts from that are $217 million, which is almost at the same level. So again, looking at the aggregate impact of those four categories: operations, capital, ancillary spending, and wage premium, the total at the state level for Oregon is $388 million of economic impact generated. And then those other categories below, as Cassie had mentioned, that is supporting an additional 2,500 additional full-time equivalent positions within the state of Oregon, and that carries an employee compensation of $101 million. And then looking at the tax story, so the tax categories that we consider are personal income tax, corporate income tax, lodging taxes which are at both the city level. There's a transient lodging tax that is levied at the LeGrand geography. There is a county lodging tax at the Union County level, and there is a statewide transient lodging tax as well. And all of those added together, plus the additional income tax and corporate income tax that is levied in the state, comes out to $19.6 million for Eastern Oregon University. And so when we look overall, that is a great return on state investment for Eastern Oregon, returning $14 for every $1 invested by the state of Oregon in Eastern.
Okay, thanks, Lucy. I'll jump back in here and say that, obviously we talked a lot about economic impact, but we realized that there's so much that goes into what EOU does in terms of community engagement, providing opportunities for all students, low-income students, providing institutional aid, K through 12 efforts, et cetera. So, don't want to forget that that's such an important aspect of what EOU does. And, just as a final slide here, just want to place all of this into context. EOU truly is an anchor institution. It's Oregon's rural university, one of Union County's largest employers, and serving thousands of students every year, some coming from remote communities. And wanted to mention here as well that, it's a retention story. It's a workforce story, being able to fill some of these roles that are more challenging to fill. And also an affordability story, providing an opportunity for, all graduates of the public school system to be able to attend. Economic scale, $388 million in annual statewide impact. So that's every single year, and providing for 2,500 jobs with over $100 million in employee compensation, and over 19 million in state tax revenue. And so for EOU, the return is $14 back for every $1 that the state invests. And roughly about 72% of the appropriations are recouped through state tax revenue alone. And just want to make the point again that the alumni are really a compounding asset. So this, $230 million alumni wage premium grows every year as every graduating class runs through their graduating cycle. They fill essential roles within Oregon in places like rural classrooms, clinics, and also public agencies. And so with that, thank you for allowing us to present. I want to open it up for any questions or discussion.
Thank you both, Cassandra and Lucy. Do we have, let me start with just one question, then I'll open it up. Did you look at the federal tax impact of the university? I know you looked at the state tax impact, but did you look at the federal tax?
We did not. We just looked at state fiscal impacts.
Okay. The reason I asked that, we'll be meeting with our congressman today, and I don't know how hard that information would be able to eke out, but I wonder if the federal tax impact would be valuable information. Okay. Other questions? Other questions regarding the study? Very interesting information.
A couple of reflections. Thank you. Incredibly interesting and useful. We mentioned many times the word region. Could you please specify what counties? Because I see a map here, for example, I'm sitting next to Brenda, and Harney County is missing from that region, the largest county in Oregon. Could you please tell us again what is the region? When we say EOU region, what is that the regions as applies to counties?
Sure. It was Union, Baker, and I'm probably mispronouncing some of these, Wallowa, Malheur, Grant, Sherman, Gilliam, Wheeler, Morrow, and Umatilla counties.
Okay. Thank you.
The point being, I think there are several regional counties that were not included. I don't know how much they would impact the data, but clearly Harney and Lake were two that stood out to me. That I want to point that out to Brenda. Sorry. Yeah, Harney, what? Scott, go ahead. Scott, I think you're muted.
I just noticed that. Thank you. All right. Very nice job. I thought it was very clear. I did notice, though, that in the impact regions, kind of similar to Maurizio's question, I saw for Southern, you delved into some counties in California. And for us, it didn't look like you looked at Idaho or Washington. And, there's pretty clear evidence that a lot of our graduates end up in those places. And so I was wondering if that's missing from the EOU impact.
Yeah, and I also want to give Susanna an opportunity to jump in. So, when we started this project, it's pretty typical that we measure impact at the county level and the state level, and then we sort of work out this process of saying, what is your region, your sort of customized region? And so, Susanna, I don't want to speak for you, but I think, at first, it seems like why analyze impact in states that are not funding the university. But Susanna, I don't want to speak for you.
I think that this was one of the kind of learning experiences in terms of the outcome that as we first started, we said we wanted to really focus on our service region. And then as the conversations kind of developed, that's where we said, and Tim mentioned this a little bit with Southern Washington and Idaho, that would be something that we would probably look at as we move along in this in terms of the impacts in the region for that. Tim, any other thoughts?
Other questions? Brenda.
Yeah. Thank you, Susanna, for being the go-between. I know that's a lot in these economic impact analysis. I keep thinking about, sort of the Monday meeting that you all have and how these numbers get used. And for me, they're sort of like, wow, right? But I what do they compare to, right? And are they going to be compared to when HEC's looking at all the universities? Is 19 million a good number or not a good number, right? How do we do the apples to oranges type comparison with the numbers? I feel like they need somehow some context or some comparison.
Maybe some regional comparison. 19 million in Eastern Oregon is 100 million somewhere else.
Yeah. And in fact, just an example I had this week in a conversation about our organization, somebody mentioned that, what we're being able to do, if you transfer that to the West Side, that would be 100 people, that what our organization of 10 is doing. And those are the things I think would be really valuable to put layer over economic impact. So
if it's okay, I'd like to jump in here as well. That's a very typical sentiment that, that those who have an impact study carried out would like to compare it, right, to other institutions. It is very challenging to do that just because your geography carries different economic multipliers as well. So we certainly would be happy to see if we can find a couple of what we consider to be similar institutions. But again, they would not be in your geography with your, economic channels.
Right. And I mean, it's sort of like, real estate and getting your comparables, right? And you never get comparables in Harney County. And I feel like that is, how do you capture that? And particularly for legislatures that we really are trying to, that, I don't know how that number is going to resonate with them. So
one thing that I'm gratified by, if I must be in this process, is that EY Parthenon is coming here, as are the other members of the committee. And one of the things that I really tried to get across to them in my conversation with them is our economic landscape, is our cultural landscape. And in in this particular way, because the individuals on the team are not from Oregon, and I think we can all agree people from the West Side are coming here with preconceptions, but the people from EY Parthenon aren't, right? All they're looking at is kind of data stats. And, you know, there is no easy way to get to LeGrand. There isn't. And they're going to learn firsthand as they get off their plane in Boise and they slowly see the number of houses dissipate and they see these little communities pop up 50 miles apart from each other. As they make their way here, what I describe to them is going to come into their reality, and they're going to, I mean, just because I know where each of them is from, they are going to see for themselves the difference. I think the larger issue are the legislators, to your point. They are coming to this conversations with preconceived notions about EOU as a failing institution, about EOU. They know that we are an economic anchor, that they are aware of. Whether or not they see that anchor, the way that we deliver services to the community, I think their question would be, will that impact be lesser? Would it be greater if I tinkered with it a little bit? What if I did this to EOU or made them do this or that, so that I think is the issue. But I will say, just because of the drive, if nothing else, I have faith.
Yeah.
Well, and they're going to have an amazing fire scar to drive through.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're going to see a fire scar bigger than most of the areas they've seen. Other questions?
I just want to point out that I think two numbers that do really resonate with me is the 72% state appropriation recoup and the 1 to 14, $1 in, $14 out. I think those are very strong numbers.
Dan.
Thanks. Yeah, and this is kind of going back to what Trustee Smith was talking about. Yeah, it may be hard, maybe apples and oranges, compare our economic impact to any other region, but my mind goes back to going to lobby days and advocating on behalf of higher ed and for more funding, and one of the legislators saying to a student, okay, well, we're all with a limited budget. What should we cut then? If education is so important, what should we cut? So I'm wondering, is there a way, that 14 to 1 ratio, to kind of put it into context and really tell a story that's persuasive? The two other big ones is healthcare and transportation. Is there any way we could come at this with a story of investment in higher ed is a 14 to 1 and transportation it's only 7 to 1 or something like that, without putting too much assumptions into what that type of economic impact would be? My guess is higher ed has a better ROI than transportation, something like that. Is there any way to tell a story, not comparing higher ed institutions, but comparing policy domains?
Yes. And just so you know, we've been doing that for about 25 years. The challenge is getting the legislature to listen and decide that they want to invest in education, because that's the ultimate. There's so many pressing issues right now at the state, and there always are, there never has not been, that it's a matter of them setting the, my button's on, setting the priorities in the state. And thus far, they choose to fund other things and place higher education in particular lower on the scale. And their investments are just not showing up that way. So what it gives us is a huge amount of information that's data supported, that is very clear and factual. Then we talk to legislators who say, here is our impact on our region, here's the impact on our state. I'm not worried about them comparing us to an Oregon State or a University of Oregon, because they realize that we're not an R1 institution. That's not what we're doing. That rarely comes up. So why don't you do what U of O is doing? Well, we're not a Research One institution out here, but we're designed to be different, and this supports that fact that we're here for a reason. It supports the discussions we even had yesterday about the priorities of serving the region and serving the communities. You look at this kind of students we've developed or alumni we've developed over the years and put out there. They're teachers, they're nurses, they're people who are serving their communities. They're out there doing things that make a difference in our region, and that's what we want to show and push back on it. And the data about, yes, the investment, the return on the investment, that is big. But this is just one piece of it. Both I think UVO and OSU have just produced some of their economic impact studies, so we'll try to get those and circulate them for you so you can see it's significantly different than us. But we now have the same level of information that we can say, that's great, yep, and here's what we do. And here's why it's important. And this is why it's a driving decision for us. Will it help? We'll continue to chip away and try to make that case for the reason it's so important to invest in your economy by investing in education, which drives your economy. So we'll keep working on it for sure.
Thanks, Tim. You brought up the alumni component. I wanted to just throw one thing out on the one-pager, the two-pager, I guess. Under the last bullet, the enduring alumni value, it talks about the earning potential, but it doesn't mention the retention in the region and in the state of EOU alumni. And I wonder if another sentence would be valuable at that point to say, I can't remember the number, 68% of alumni remain in the region.
Right. It's in the overall data points that Lucy and Cassie provided.
Yeah. Other thoughts? The only other thought I have, and this is something Maurizio brought up yesterday that really resonated with me, and it doesn't have to do with the report as much as it has to do with some strategic planning. On page 46 is a list of community and civic partnerships that the university has. And when we looked at that, the question came to us, who's not on this list that should be? What partnership opportunities are out there that we can add to this list. So something just to think about. It's a very valuable list, but I think there's the opportunity to take a look at that and say, well, why isn't this hospital there? Or, why is this organization there? That sort of thing. So just a thought. Omni.
Sorry, I had a question. On page, and forgive me because I am not a business or economic student. So on page 29, the bottom, those red bolded words that I will not try to say, is that because they were already included in the operating, I guess, what is the word, expenses already?
Good question. So any sort of debt or depreciation is not being funneled out into the surrounding economy. And so it does not have a multiplier effect. And so we do not include it when we run the analysis.
Those accountants come up with things like depreciation and amortization. Okay, well, thanks again very much for your work and for, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Just real quick, the 72% of that amount that was state revenue, is that more apples to apples? Do we know if that is good? Is that something we could include in a story? That is, yeah. So I mean, you said you've done this for 100 other institutions. What is the range, and where do we fall in that?
Yeah, the range is all over the place, but I would say that is a very, very healthy return. So I think that's one of the top 2 points here. As one of the other trustees mentioned, it's the multiplier effect in economic impact, and also the basically the boomerang of these funds from the state that go right back to the state. So.
Okay, well, thanks again for all your hard work and for presenting today. It's very valuable information for us, and we'll put it to good use.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
Again. We are going to, a couple points. Your break is going to be just 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes. And we are going to cut into that 10 minutes with some explanation of how we're going to do the next session. So I'm going to turn it over to Susanna.
Yes, for the next session, it's another workshop similar to how we did yesterday. There's going to be 4 small groups. We'll have one group in room 235 again. Daniel, just stay on the same Zoom link. I do want to point out that we will be cutting the live stream both for the break as well as the breakout session. And then we will reconvene on the live stream following the breakout session, where each individual group will do the full report outs of their conversation and discussion similar to yesterday.
So yeah, the 3 groups that remain here, pick a corner, I guess 1, 2, 3. So yeah, please plan on reconvening in 6 minutes. Sorry. Everybody ready? And it looks like we're back online. Life is good. So I guess what we'll do is just go through 1 through 4. Emily, could you report on the conversation of Group 1?
Group 1. Okay, so we were focused on fiduciary stewardship and philanthropy. It was myself, Chuck, and Tamara. So, are we good? Okay. So the first question was about governance versus operations. How does a trustee maintain rigorous financial oversight without crossing the line into operations management? So obviously just awareness of that and knowing where the lines are is a good start. So making sure to keep that front of mind as you're participating. We do feel like there is a responsibility for board members to collaborate and guide on policy making, but not get into the operations. One thing we talked about a little bit there was just making sure that the management, and I guess President Ryan, who's responsible for running the operations of this institution, would be sure to give feedback to the board or delegate to the board, give clear direction on what we could do to help guide and provide oversight in the best way. So have direction, not have ambiguity. The other thing we talked a little bit about there was just supporting the president in her decision making. She has to make a lot of decisions, and we talked about some personnel things that had come up recently, and being that backbone and supporting the president's direction is important. The second topic was about an average versus exceptional trustee, kind of with the lens of reviewing budgets, audits, and risks. So the first thing we talked about was just preparedness and making sure that you're very prepared and you understand the material that's going to be reviewed, doing your homework, prioritizing engagement, making sure that given that preparedness, you're ready to ask questions or engage with the group as needed. We talked about having professional expertise in the area that you're reviewing. I think that was it on that topic. And then our third discussion question was about the philanthropic role. What's an appropriate expectation for an EOU trustee regarding donor engagement, personal giving, and supporting the university advancement efforts? And I think we Chuck summed it up really well in one sentence. Make EOU one of your top philanthropic priorities and give personally to the greatest extent within your means. So that was kind of the summary of that discussion. We also had one thought about just getting comfortable asking people for money. I think people are kind of uncomfortable doing that. So pushing yourself to get comfort with that, and also using EOU's resources. So spending time with the advancement team or getting tips, knowing your talking points, how to keep it simple when you're approaching someone, or making the correct personal connection so that you don't just sound like a robot asking for money. So that is what I had written down. Anything else?
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Who is leading Group 2?
I was the lead, but Dr. Ryan was the scribe, and nobody else can read her writing except her. So she's going to lead the discussion, and Carrie and I, or the other two group members, will jump in.
Did you go to medical school?
I did tell him I'm a doctor.
She said she was a doctor.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. and I'll rely on Scott and Carrie to fill in around the edges where I'm missing. The first question, well, the whole point was strategic leadership and future focused thinking, asking good questions and understanding trends. Our first question was on future focused vision. What does it look like in practice when evaluating higher education trends and EOU's long-term strategic plan? And I think there's a lot of similarities to what we heard Emily just say. The first was, kind of being curious and using the knowledges of EOU staff and faculty to learn and ask questions. I think Erin Laird showed really great leadership earlier today when, she kind of talked about hearing from faculty and staff about AI in particular to discover what that experience is like. The second was to bring your own experiences in the trade, in the state. How can you help us ask questions based on your knowledge as a medical doctor, as a lawyer, as a staff member, to better make sure we're preparing the university. The third, I think our staff, student, and faculty trustees have unique experiences on the board, and you get an entirely different perspective of the university coming here versus talking to other colleagues. And so, Carrie suggested an openness to that and an openness to change, so that you can plan for the future. And then another issue is, even while we're future forecasting, being present and not getting mired in the future so that you lose the emphasis on the now. And the fifth was planning time in meetings like yesterday for discussions about the Marsh Bill, how to best prepare for it. And then the second question, and I'll turn this over to Scott, was inquisitive governance. What types of good questions should an exceptional trustee ask during board meetings to elevate discussion without micromanaging?
Yeah, I think part of this was just, and some of it actually, Emily stole a little bit of the thunder, was being really well prepared, coming in, understanding the materials, and being able to ask those questions, but at the same time, just being mindful of kind of what our role is. Our role is to provide guidance to the president and the staff, and it's not really to get into the weeds necessarily unless we're asked to, right? If we're asked to weigh in on decisions with respect to personnel or policies, certainly we would want to be prepared to address those and answer those and make good recommendations for that. But, if we're not asked to, really is to just make sure that we are kind of maintaining our role of that guidance and policymaking body, and trusting that we have the right leadership in place to make those sometimes difficult day-to-day decisions.
And then our next question was around strategic alignment. How can trustees ensure EOU's key performance indicators remain relevant amidst changing regional and educational landscapes? Number one is know what they are, right? Take a look at them. We do that at the board one time a year, but I think being familiar with them is great. Number two is ask questions. Is this still relevant? Is this achievable? Number three, like others, bringing your own thoughts to the process. As EOU phases out the ascent, we must move into another strategic plan that will take the university forward after 2029. What are your experiences with strategic planning that can inform the process as we build it, the trends and experiences that we want the university to have? And then four is always requesting information and studying information that can help us set priorities. Scott brought up the economic impact study and looking at other comparable data that helps us understand the priorities for the university.
Excellent. Thank you. Group three.
Okay, I was the leader of Group 3 along with Christine and Brenda. Our assignment was advocacy and ambassadorship. We focused first on the question of regional and legislative impact. How can individual trustees effectively advocate for EOU with state legislators, local leaders, and regional stakeholders? But that quickly, really, we ended up talking about the questions 2 and 3 as well, storytelling and visibility and advocacy boundaries, just because of the nature of what we were talking about. In terms of the regional and legislative impact, we talked about how effective are we in influencing a legislature as individuals versus as a group effort, which works the best. And making sure we have good relationships and communicate frequently with our legislators who are supportive of EOU. We talked a bit about, do we have some kind of knowledge or list of relationships people have on the board with legislatures, and can we leverage that? And then that led into a question of is advocacy our specific role, or how, what's the boundary there? How do we handle that appropriately? And then there's sort of the next level is do we know people like, say, Tom Insko and Tom Loveland, who have strong relationships around the state that we could possibly leverage? And again, is that appropriate, or making sure we don't step over the boundary? We talked a bit about having well-developed elevator speeches in mind. So if we run into someone who we could influence, we've already thought through what we would like to talk to this person about. And, this morning, Chuck had a masterful elevator speech with Congressman Vance. I mean, it was just perfect timing, and I thought it was really well done. Then we talked about within our own communities, if we hear something, maybe, an issue with EOU, how do we handle that appropriately so we don't overstep our boundary, but we help take care of it? What's the appropriate way to go about that? Brenda talked a bit, maybe she can talk about this some more, but the idea of unlikely allies. People in other areas of the state who are facing the same kind of things we are. Can we leverage those types of relationships?
I can talk a little bit about it, but it has been some recent conversations and introductions with folks on the west side that have reached out to Harney County. The idea is that we could be potentially more effective if we find the unlikely ally in the storytelling. And for this particular example, it's the Albina Vision Trust neighborhood in Northeast Portland and Harney County, which on face value, there's nothing in common. But in fact, it is about being under-resourced and marginalized, and how you can put that story together to resonate with legislators. It has worked for High Desert Partnership in the past, so essentially, a rancher and Portland Audubon, and those folks recognizing that they do have something in common, and it has been really effective for us. I'm excited to see where this unlikely ally with Albina Vision Trust is going, but yeah.
Thank you. Then we talked about the idea of more intentional meetings in the rural areas. Christine brought up a couple examples where EOU sent some representatives, faculty, and what have you to meet with students, teachers, parents, and apparently very successful. And then you end up with word of mouth, how great EOU is and had this meeting and what have you. And then finally, the last thing was, we were talking about, okay, I'm from Boise, how can I help? And one of the thoughts was, just an example was with my involvement on the foundation, we ended up with a community of people in Boise who are EOU grads, and, connected some. Ann Hutchinson, who's a trustee, got her involved. Turned out her neighbor was a CPA who was in need of hiring people, was an EOU grad, was very interested in hiring EOU grads, and very interested in donating. So there's that word of mouth, connections, building the community, that kind of thing. So I think did I miss anything, Brendan?
Thanks, Mark. That last thing, this is off topic, but so we recently started an Oregon Health Sciences University Boise area alumni group, and for obvious reasons. And when you said that, it just dawned on me, well, that was great, Chuck. Why didn't you also start thinking about a Eastern Oregon University Boise area alumni group? And Mark, maybe you and I could flesh that out a little bit. And one of the things we're doing with the OHSU group in a couple of weeks, we're going to have a wine tasting over at one of the wineries, and those sort of activities. So, okay, group 4.
I believe I am. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was going to say Dan led, but I have the notes, so I was going to ask you how you wanted.
Do you want to 1-2 punch this? I'll start. You fill in the gaps, I guess. Great. Yeah. So our focus was on preparation, respectful challenge, and active participation. That first question: what does exceptional baseline prep look like for board meetings? So reviewing the material and pre-meeting review. What was brought up? I think it was either Amdi or Maurizio was talking about, you don't necessarily need to read everything word for word. Just familiarize yourself with the subject matter. Look at it enough that you can perhaps offer informed questions, and maybe just understanding the language, because all these different domains have different languages. You may not understand them, like acronyms and things of that nature. So that's one piece of it. And then Maurizio was the one who brought up the idea of just having in your head just the guiding principles of the board, as a way of kind of level setting and prepping your brain for what you're about to read. What that would do is kind of, you're not passively reading the material. You're constantly trying to orient it towards the ultimate goal, and which should be, broader and more strategic. It'll avoid us getting down rabbit holes. Did I miss anything from that first question, Aaron?
No, it looks pretty good. The only other note I had was that the committee expectations may be different, that folks are added to committees based on some prior experience, knowledge, or capacity to add to conversations, and we may be more appropriately called to have a different kind of discussion in committees than you might for a board. So your preparation to hold that discussion in the committee may have a deeper onus of preparation even than reviewing and knowing what the agenda items on the board meetings might be. Otherwise,
good point. Yes. Good follow-up. And then how can trustees engage in respectful challenge and ask tough questions while preserving trust, collegiality, and psychological safety? I think one of the focal point for us was, what does conflict look like in this organizational culture? And the idea that a lack of conflict isn't necessarily infer effective governance. It may infer that no one wants to burn through the social and political capital to make their point or push something forward. And so it is a challenge to find that balance between providing a space where contrary or maybe even controversial notions get brought up to the board writ large. And so there's where the ability of us as a group to be able to create trust and interpersonal understanding that precursor to a more honest deliberation. That's one of the focal points that I remember. Aaron, what else? What did I miss?
I think you actually got all of my notes, so
boom.
Nice work.
Thank you. And then the last piece, I believe, what personal commitments must each trustee make to foster a collaborative, high-performing board culture? That was actually rolled more into the discussion of respectful challenge. I think individual accountability, like this notion that we're all good faith actors here, and because we make that assumption, Aaron used a different term, but we all are supporting the same mission. Or what word did you use? Why don't you take this one, actually?
Yeah, we didn't cover this, so I said that I was able to stick some notes down in this question based on prior conversations. So the assume positive intent. We talked a lot about that all of us walk into this room with the intent to be a really effective, productive board member and not the opposite. So if things are brought forward, it's because that's the lens that we're taking in that comment at that time. The other thing that we did talk about, to put a little on Chuck, was we talked a lot about developing some of those guiding principles and maybe even some operational protocols ironically, as we walked in here, Dan, I don't think you could hear, but people were talking about being introverted or extroverted, but that aligns with this conversation because what we said is some people are external processors, some people are internal processors. And at this current moment, I don't know that we have a great operational protocol to ensure that it's not only the external folks that are dominating the conversation in the boardroom. So we talked about taking that kind of could look like taking time to get to know each other so that there aren't misunderstandings, but also so there's advocates in a room that I can look over and know Scott well enough that he's giving me an eyeball that says, could you do the layup? Because I've got something I want to say, right? And say, hey, Scott, I think you might have a perspective on this and kind of offer the opportunity for other voices to come into the room. Yeah, I think that covered the rest of that part of the conversation. You offered a lot of those thoughts, so.
And it could be as simple as, hey, you haven't said anything in a while. What you thinking about? Like something as basic as that can also elicit or provide that platform for an introvert to feel like their 2 cents matters and that they recognize that the group finds that they have a valuable perspective that needs to be shared. That's it.
Okay, thanks everybody. Well, actually, this exercise was designed more to do what you've just been saying than to actually come up with profound answers. One of the things we talked about a long time ago, I brought up the idea of Myers-Briggs testing. Unfortunately, you've elected a chair who's an ENTJ, and I try to develop counter-preferential skills, but trying to stay on schedule and get through the agenda. I realize that I could do a better job, but I also would point out in the committees that there's usually a little bit more time for engagement there. So anyway, I still think it would be a great idea to do some sort of personality testing so people can identify those who have to perceive and those of us who don't confuse me with the facts. My mind's made up. Okay. All right. So before we get to our reflections, as usual, we're short of time. I want to tell you, I mentioned that I want to pivot on the Congressman Pence activity, and I'll tell you this results from our discussion with him this morning. So what I'm going to do is I will introduce him, and then, Madam President, if you would be willing to paint a picture of EOU's current environment in terms of threats. Just do what you do so well. Tell the EOU story of what we're facing. Then Tim is going to go. He has a packet that basically has a lot of the information that we've gleaned from the economic report. What we learned this morning is the questions we had prepared for him are not a good way to go. A better way to go. What he's interested in hearing is how can he help the university rather than us ask him how Congress can the way the questions were designed. So I want to frame it in that context. I want you to feel very comfortable saying, Congressman, this is what you can do to help Eastern. I think, Mark, is that a fair, Chris, is that a fair assessment? Okay. So he'll come prepared for that. He's beaten up with this fire situation. So, I mean, that's where he is. And I told him, he says, what do you want to hear about? And I says, we don't want to hear about ag. We don't want to hear about water. We want to hear about higher education. So, what I thought we could do at this point, let me see, it's 11:30. I don't think we can get through the 2 questions. So what I'm going to do is you get your pick of the 2 questions to start with. If we can go all the way around the table and finish with your question of choice, then we'll go around to number 2. So what I would like to do, if it sounds okay to everybody, is start with Aaron. And Aaron, I would like you to address either what is the one insight that you've learned from this retreat that will influence your work as a trustee over the next year, or what is the one action you plan to personally take during the next academic year to strengthen the board's effectiveness. Fair enough? Everybody understand the assignment? That work? Aaron, you're on.
Recent conversation about processing time. No, that's fine. I can pivot. So I think I'm trying to make it fit in one of these questions. So what's really sticking to me about the last 2 days is actually the economic impact conversation, because it feels really timely. And I think that it's leaving a lot of us with more questions, specifically in the theme of how we position EOU within narratives, because we usually have sound bites that don't give a lot of room for the nuance that's required to tell the story of EOU, whereas I think some of our other public universities can live in a sound bite and it's fine. So where I've been processing that is in the positions that I hold and the spaces I sit in. How can I, because I have kind of that lens on the K-12 side, sort of force some time for nuance where it fits to be able to tell the little bit more adaptive benefits of EOU. So I don't know that nicely fits into one of the two questions, but it's really what I've been stewing on is how do we tell this story where it's going to be really hard to make the apples to apples comparison, like Brenda pointed out. But it's really in alignment with like my day job for small schools in general is it's impossible to boil it down to a generalization. And so how do we capitalize on that reality to force to give space to explain, if that makes sense? So that's my bubble for heading into this year is where and how can I be a steward of that?
So there's so many things. Having to focus on one is hard. But I guess just focusing a little bit on what my personal action would be coming out of this meeting. We heard we had a good discussion about KPIs. We looked at a lot of numbers in the regional impact studies, and so I just want to commit to using my experience and background in finance to those initiatives or pieces of information and how we share that out. I think it's going to be really important as part of telling the story, kind of to piggyback on what Aaron just discussed, to have kind of good metrics, good information, achievable targets, things that don't seem outlandish. So that would be just my personal commitment moving forward. But I did feel just like to share, I felt very motivated and inspired going through the last couple of days. I have lots of questions and thoughts and things surfacing. So I think that's a good way to end a meeting, is to feel like you're ready to get started. So thanks.
Thank you. Carrie?
I think one of the things that myself personally for 26-27 is I interact and talk with a lot of people in my community, and I generally do it in trying to get students to come to EOU, but after listening to everything the last 2 days, it's there's I need to talk about more than just students coming to EOU. Talk about what EOU's mission is in our region to our local people more. Reach out to people that maybe that I associate with that might be willing to donate money to EOU. Just other things like that I can do in my local community, and that's kind of what I'm going to focus on. I just wanted to say that I love our workshops. I think they're pretty nice. I think they help us work a little closer together and get to know each other a little bit. And key takeaway that I would have from this week is a few ever go and have an evening beverage with Chuck, don't follow him back to the hotel room. I checked in last night and gave the lady my name, and she said, "Oh, Chuck's waiting in your room for you." And I'm like, I don't think so.
You were slow, man. I can't believe you were right by. I had to take advantage.
I had to stop and get snacks.
Okay, kind of looking at the actions I'll take during 26-27 academic year. I think sort of a general statement is to figure out the best ways I can leverage my previous work experience, where I had a lot of experience with enterprise risk management and areas like cybersecurity threats and those kinds of things from an audit perspective, and the general experience there on how best to benefit the EOU and the board. And then the other area was my experience with the foundation. Mentioned just earlier, one time we were developing a network in Boise. It's one of the areas that has the largest population of alums outside of this area, along with Portland and Tri-Cities. So I think there's really a strong opportunity there to build that community and strengthen it again, and look for opportunities there to advance EOU's mission as well. So anyway, a combination of those, but leveraging the experiences I've had in the past to better impact the mission of EOU.
Thanks, Mark. Maurizio.
My reflections at this point will point to a question. Is there a place, a role, and a story for a rural university in Oregon? And can we be it 10 years from now? And how can I support that vision of this campus to actually be the place where that precious rural work to me, that is precious to me. I'm totally blindfolded when I do this. This is what I bring to the table. My passion about that ward and the commitment, and hopefully the realization that it has a value 7 generations from now, as our good friends in the tribal community say. What we do today has value 7 generations from now. And is there a role for a rural university 7 generations from now? And Oregon would be the shiny example, not just, Eastern Oregon University, not just for Oregon, but maybe for a much broader community. So my commitment, or my big question is, how do I keep this presence, keeping with the board, keeping that high level strategic thinking, and hopefully I'm not the only one that feel like we should be around 7 generations from now with that important designation. That's what my reflections are today.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you for that, Maurizio. I think one thing is I sometimes feel a bit of maybe some guilt that I feel like I take a lot more than I give here, or learn a lot more. But in some ways, I do see myself as a connector. And the more I know, the more and better I can connect. So I think I commit to working with, Chris said it a few times in our breakout, being more intentional, working with more intention in community. And so I think that's where I would like to focus this next year, and specifically in action is to ensure that we have Harney County organizations on the partnership list. So I feel that would be very important.
Thank you. Well, I mentioned this yesterday. The whole kind of HEC and the bill was a real eye-opener for me. It was not something I had really looked at very closely, and yesterday kind of gave me an opportunity to learn more about it, to have that small group discussion with my fellow board members about it. In my day work, I'm a business corporate lawyer, so mergers and acquisitions is a very big part of what I do. A very different context, obviously, typically with private companies and advising them as counsel, whether I'm on the buyer or seller side of it. And I think I'm pretty damn good at it. I've been doing it for a long time, and I understand how these deals come together. I understand kind of the motivations of the parties in these. But I think, what my goal, at least for the next year, really is to be take a more active role as an advocate for the university. And in that, I think, we talked about kind of our first position, obviously, is continuing to keep EOU independent. It stands on its own. It has the ability, financially, mission-driven, to stand on its own. If that does not become a reality, what is the best partnership or group of partnerships for this institution moving forward? Is it with the community colleges? Is it with the larger institution? Or is it some combination of those two? So kind of trying to take that role and be an advocate for the university, working within our mission and within our guidance to do that. But this is a pretty critical juncture, is what I see over these next several years, is understanding that landscape. We certainly are in a good financial position, but I think Tim made a comment yesterday in our group about how, Southern Oregon kind of had tried to stay in its lane and kind of not looking out what the future looked like for them, and we see where they are now. That is not a position we want to be in a few years. So I really try to, really want to emphasize trying to take an active role in that moving forward.
Kind of intimidating. Pretty smart people. What I learned is that, and I've always felt this way, but it just increases, that I'm really privileged to sit around a peer group that are really smart and bring a lot of value. So where do I, in my own little humble way, get to add value? I'm a good cheerleader. I'm the REV program's probably biggest cheerleader, and I will continue to do that even as Grace is looking at, before this whole merger discussion came up, partnering to take on a very important program from U of O, the RARE program, which I think has so much potential here. So that's probably where I spend a lot of my time and energy, is helping that, which those value-added programs will have direct and indirect value to the university. I am going to commit to personally, even as an extrovert, it's hard, reach out to 3 donors. Hopefully, got some big visions. I mean, folks with way more means than just a private person. I'm going to do 3 with the elevator speech. And I also, those are specific. And then I'm also going to make a commitment to personally provide comments to that HEC system, because I looked on their webpage yesterday and there's a place you can plug in with specifics. So I'll probably be asking Susanna some specific points, and I'm not afraid to say, maybe we should look at the entire HEC budget and comparison, just by the way, one example. So anyway, that's it. And I'm also an ENTJ. Oh my God.
So an action that I will be personally trying my best to do the upcoming school year is one, serve the board to the best of my ability. but also serve my peers to the best of my ability. I realize now that this position that I'm in is to represent my peers. And it's a lot harder than you think because we don't all think the same. we don't all have the same majors. We don't all have the same experiences, especially. But I know a lot of you heard yesterday from the new ASCIU President Wyatt that we will be working closely with clubs. And I will continue that work not only as a ASCIU senator, but also a board member. And I am naturally inquisitive, so I will ask questions to my peers. What's bothering you? What can I do? And then I will come here. And if you guys give me the chance, I will be that advocate for my peers. Yeah. Thanks.
You have carte blanche on.
My turn. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the takeaway and also what I plan on doing amongst other things this upcoming academic year is whenever I study a new governing structure, and rural governance is, I have an intellectual and personal curiosity in it. I want to know the history of it, and so I just purchased a book of the history of higher ed in the U.S. So I want to read that book. I want to understand the different variety of ways that institutions like ours are governed. There's probably not just one, and so I just want to know a little bit more about the variety and how it's changed over time. And I also would like to get a better understanding, and I plan to get a better understanding of how the relationship between Oregon policymakers and the higher education institutions in Oregon have changed over time, and why. I think the why is probably a more important question. So, I mean, as we talk about these things, that's kind of where my head goes. So Maurizio says he's looking into the future 7 generations. I kind of want to look into the past 7 generations to see how we got here. Yeah.
Well, that's perfect. Then we'll have it covered. Vice Chair Cronin.
This is really hard. I'm going to continue to reflect on these questions. I think that I talked about being more intentional, and I think that I can do that in my own community and think about ways that I can find pathways for more opportunity to talk about EOU with groups that I interact with, and also to perhaps hopefully have opportunities to invite for them to invite more contact and more understanding of the importance of EOU in all of Eastern Oregon, including some of the South areas, and just to also, I think part of my role is to support our chair and our president in their leadership roles for our board as vice chair, and I want to also be available to any of our new members too. If any of you have questions and want to talk to someone, I'm always available for you. I just appreciate as I always have, this group, and I think that it just makes me feel very honored to be part of it, and I take this very, very seriously. Like Maurizio, I think all of us who live in a rural area are incumbent to understand that we live in a very special and unique and threatened, I say at times, threatened experience, and we need to be sure that we always are able to advocate and to help others understand the value of what rural life brings to the entire state and nation. So, that's also another area of my dedication and interest. Thanks.
This one's a little difficult for me because I obviously work for the university every day, and if I don't, you're in trouble. But I'd just share kind of a comment. Thinking about Brenda's comment about unlikely partnerships, the reason why the technical and regional universities came together to partner was to make our voices heard, right? And having that strong partnership. And it's probably never been stronger than it is today. And there are unintended consequences to that combined voice that has probably in some ways led us to this moment and resulted in confusion about where EOU is versus others. And so I think about that every day, and thinking about how to separate out while also, I am a regional public university in this nation, and it's something, Dan and I have talked about before. It's something to actually be really proud of. Like, I actually chose this path in my life for a reason, and I'm proud of that. But at the same time, we do have to stand out a little bit from that pack these days and get a little bit of a different message out. So I'm just thinking about that.
Well, thank you all. So my goal in the next year is to work with the president and especially with Suzanne to learn and continue to endeavor how to make these meetings work for you and to help you accomplish your goals and what you want to see done within these meetings to fulfill our obligation to our students and to our community. So that's my goal. And so when you think about these meetings, if there are things that need to change, this agenda really was designed to try to address a lot of that stuff. So keep me posted and say, Chuck, you really messed up on that one, or hey, we've got great feedback from you on what you thought of the agenda. So we'll go back, we'll take a look and look at what's done, and we'll continue to try to improve every meeting to help you meet your goals. So that's my promise to you. So with that, unless anyone else has anything to say, I see the good congressman has arrived. Congressman Bentz, come forward. It's so good to see you. I've mentioned to you that we're very fortunate to have Cliff here to discuss the issues facing higher education in general and Eastern specifically. I've also mentioned to you that Cliff and I have known each other since enrolling at this institution in 1970. While we were here, Cliff actually became the student body president, me not so much. He headed on to law school. I headed to medical school. After law school, Cliff joined Uturi Rose in Ontario and is specialized in agriculture and water law. We both had the great experience of working very closely with an individual named Jean Rose, who was an absolutely wonderful human being. Cliff was appointed to fill Tom Butler's position in the Oregon House in 2008, a seat he held until 2018 when he was appointed to fill Ted Ferrioli's seat in the Senate after serving in the Democratic-controlled Oregon legislature for 11 years. Cliff ran for Congress in 2020, winning handily and finally gaining control of a gavel. He's served, just so you know, he served on the foundation for many years. Thanks for not only answering the phone call, but agreeing to come here today. So I thought what we could do is, if you'd like to make any introductory remarks, then I'm going to ask the president to kind of paint a picture of the opportunities and threats facing the university. Tim's going to give you some information that I promised you, and then we'll tell you how we think that, how you can help the university maintain its financial and educational viability. Does that sound reasonable?
Well, thank you, Doctor, for your kind introduction. I will note that I actually had half a gavel for 2 years in the Oregon House. We were tied, and so it wasn't it wasn't like being in the majority, which I now understand is a far better position to be in. It's great to be back here. This is it's hard not to remember a lot of stuff when you come into this building. I was a member of the Ambassador music group for a year or so, and we practiced in the auditorium here. It was so it was interesting because different of the folks would go out here and stand in the stairwell and practice their singing. It didn't help, by the way. But it is this is a great institution. I'm very happy to have gone here. I was helped enormously by the number of Vietnam veterans that were in our class. Spent all their time drinking, and they graded on the curve. So if you just showed up, you got a pretty good grade. That all reversed itself when I got to law school. I suddenly realized that you had to actually work to go to school. But I have spent a long time getting to this congressional seat, and it's a huge opportunity. All the practicing done in the Oregon legislature has paid off. This is my 6th year in Congress. I'm on the most powerful committee there, which is Energy and Commerce. That was the one that Greg Walden was chair of for a number of years. I'm on the subcommittees on energy and healthcare, and Dr. Hoffman has helped me in that regard, and we can blame him for everything wrong with the Medicaid fix. Actually, we can't, but blame the Senate. But I'm also on the Commerce subcommittee. So energy, healthcare, and commerce. Commerce has the NIL jurisdiction, and so it's been hugely challenging to participate in that. I'm not at all happy with the product that came out of that committee, but you learn if you're brand new on the committee. You try to get a couple of changes, then move on. As far as helping this institution, I'll do as best I can. You guys have to tell me what you think is best. I've given enormous amounts of thought to how to improve the economy in this part of the world. I put together a sheet, 27 things that 40 years of Democrat rule will get you in Oregon. And the top item is we're 49th in education results in the 4th grade. 49th in the nation. We'd be happy to be Mississippi because it's actually moved up. That is no place for Oregon to be, and it's extremely sad. And then I have 27 different things that show how badly this state is doing when it comes to the economy. It's doing terribly, and you see it over and over and over again. And if I were looking at one of the reasons that this institution has a hard time gathering up kids is because our communities are going broke around us, and they're stalled out, and it's incredibly sad. My focus has been to bring jobs and good things and it's been incredibly difficult given what's happening in Salem. So I'll quit whining about that and just say that I'm very happy to be here. Happy to write down whatever you guys suggest I should be doing, and we'll take it from there. So I'll stop.
Thank you, Congressman Bentz, alumni, foundation member, former foundation member, for being here today. You always make time for me when I visit you in Washington, D.C., so you're going to be familiar with a lot of the things that I share with you now. And I think the main point that I want to get across today is that EOU is stable despite all the threats that I'm about to mention. I just want you to know that. I think there's a lot of narratives about decline and lack of returns on investment at the national level. And I want you to know that EOU is not only striving, but we are now stable in a state where it's nigh impossible. So, just a reminder of things you and I have discussed in the past. First, obviously, is Pell. And as you mentioned, you don't serve on the education committee, but there is a $5.4 billion shortfall that becomes almost $12 million by 2027. And I know the government is working quite hard to think about budgets. The caps on loans for graduate education have deleteriously affected our clinical mental health counseling program, our Master of Social Work program, our MBA, our Master of Teaching program, and probably perhaps the writing. I would need more information on that. But I think, as you kind of mentioned about rural, we need these folks, right? We need these educated folks in community. Low state funding, that's not your job anymore, but it does create issues. And as you know, Tim and I come to your office and share with you our latest venture. The one we most recently came to you about was the prison ed program, where we're trying to serve the state better, but due to low state funding, we were lobbying there for federal dollars. I think we could use your help distinguishing EOU from the PAC. Letting people know that the return on investment here is phenomenal. I shared with you when we last visited that we have the second highest return on investment in the state right now in terms of the incomes that our students have. And then Oregon Tech is number one. EOU is second. That's something that's really important for all of us to understand. And as we move into the comprehensive campaign, you know people. People, and you're one of our more famous alums. We need you. We need you to the extent that you can be in the front lines because, and I know you know this, my capacity, Tim's capacity, Tyler's, there's four of us to raise funds here. It is not like the other universities experience that even our other regional universities have more capacity than we do just due to the economies in which they reside, right? So having you as part of that team is really great. And you and I have discussed, programs that you think can best serve the region. We continue to look to you for those kinds of solutions. And then, as I always tell you, every time we meet, please keep EOU in your heart, always, every day.
If I may, the reason I just raised a bunch of money in Portland for the NRCC, and that involved reaching out and talking to a number of the people that I'm sure most of you know that share my concern about the economic posture of Oregon, but the reason we don't have multi-millionaires in the eastern part and the southern part of the state is because much of what we used to rely upon to generate income is off limits, and so that's why I'm going around and having these fire meetings. I think we have 10 of them scheduled as we go from place to place to place, watching the state burn down, and so there are ways of addressing those problems, but they actually require that we use some of these resources that would lead to more jobs and would lead to more value being realized in this part of the state. So I just want to make it clear that I think the foundation for the future, whether it's creating millionaires or people with more money, rests in a large part Salem and trying to make a change in making this state more business friendly. So I already said it twice now, but that's got to be a constant refrain if we're going to turn this thing around. So, yeah.
Kim? And move it over. I think we got a packet of information here, but I wanted to share with you some additional details. Obviously, the comprehensive campaign that we're in development on right now in the quiet phase isn't a huge, lofty goal. It's a $17 million goal, but those resources, as you know, will help us create endowments that will be perpetuation for many years, and those funds are going right into the hands of and pockets of students so they can defray the cost to get their degree. We also included in these materials our study that we just released around the economic impact of Eastern Oregon University. And we know in our conversations you've asked things in the past like how many teachers do we have in the district, where are they at, and we were able to provide some of that information to you. There's an expansion upon that gives you some really good information around our true economic impact locally in the region and in the state. And the returns on those investments, which are significant. Basically, there's a 14x return on investment for the state resources, and we return about 72% of the state investment in us back to the state. So the reason that we're doing a lot of this is because, as you know, there's just a heightened focus on higher education nationally and, of course, in the state. With our K through 12 programs looking at 49, I think we're still ranked at 46th in the state for higher education student funding. You're right, Oregon's just not where we need to be, and we're not investing in those long-term economic impacts. One of the things that's led to is this, I don't know if you heard about it, but there's a bill that just was passed in the state of Oregon, House Bill 4124, that is requiring the Higher Ed Commission to look at the structure of all the universities in the state of Oregon. What are we doing? How do we serve our regions? How do we serve the state? And then to come up with some suggestions about how we might fix those problems or address some of those problems, which could be anything from acquisitions and mergers to just sharing back office services and everything in between. As you can imagine, folks out in Eastern Oregon don't really appreciate being told what to do by folks on the other side of the state. Luckily, on this advisory committee that's been created to look over this and help look over this this bill and the process is George Mendoza, who's our local superintendent and another EOU alum, who is great. It's great to have somebody from not only Eastern Oregon, but somebody embedded right here in La Grande and understands the value of a place like Eastern Oregon University, but also even just our community college partners too, and how valuable we are for this region. So things could potentially change, which will affect your district. And affecting the district means, of course, affecting the economy of the region and the state, potentially, hopefully, not to a disservice to the people of this region. There's definitely a lot on the table right now for higher education, in particular for Eastern Oregon University. And so I think to address where President Ryan was going is, your continued advocacy for us at the state, but also in the regional level as you're at these meetings and people bring up things about higher education. It is great for you to be able to respond with, yeah, Eastern's doing just fine, by the way. We have a fantastic board that has spent years trying to make sure that we remain fiduciary. We remain fiduciarily stable. Is that a word? It is now, and that we manage our resources effectively, and that's led us to be one of the few schools in the state that is not currently making any cuts to our budgets. That all goes to, I think, Chair Hoffman, right?
Yeah, I just would like to emphasize for the congressman a couple of points that you and the president made, and that is, in this environment of being 46th or 49th or pick a number close to 50 in funding, Eastern is surviving. I mean, we've made the tough decisions to keep us financially viable. Now, I'm not going to say we're thriving. I think we could thrive a lot better, but we are surviving in this environment. And some of our sister institutions are not. The second thing I'd reemphasize is the impact that Eastern has on the Eastern Oregon workforce across all components: agriculture, healthcare, education, the works. This institution is really the lifeline for workforce development in the region. The study, I think the number is 68% of our alumni remain in this region, some number like that. Cliff, in case you haven't heard, the university just received a Rural Health Transformation Program grant to help develop help develop healthcare workforce. I'm trying to frame this right. So the idea is to help prepare students in K through 12 for a healthcare career workforce. We'll be working with the high schools to make sure those students enrolled in dual credit and other programs enter college and become prepared for their healthcare careers, which are very highly technical, right? Nursing degrees, degrees in medicine, degrees in allied health. So we're very fortunate to do that, and I think the provost and all the other staff members did a tremendous job in putting together that grant application, and we're very fortunate to have received it.
How much is the grant?
1.3. It's going to be, we'll have 3 area coordinators in Eastern Oregon run by our early college initiative, and they'll be basically bettering the education, in particular, as you can imagine, in the sciences, building, a student who comes to EOU and is actually able to major in chemistry or biology to build up to the aforementioned degrees that Cliff mentioned.
That $50 billion that we put into that space was a direct result of the work done by my committee, and in some part of my conversation with Dr. Oz, because I told Oz I would not vote for the bill unless there was something done to protect our rural. Sorry, we hoped it would be more like $100 billion. It turned out to be 50. But at least we have it. And so I just want to mention that your ability to report back and say how much difference the money made would be extremely important. And we've been asking for that type of feedback, particularly in regard to some of the stuff that Oregon has chosen to spend that money on. And so there's no guarantees that there will be $200 million every year for the next 4 years. It'll depend in large part upon the quality of the investments made by OHA and how well you do with it. So I'm just saying, a great deal of it's taken an enormous amount to get to this point of incredible stress, I might add. Oz is a good guy, smart guy, but I have his word that if there's damage being done to my rural communities, he will help me fix it. So to the extent that you, doctors, see that whatever you see in these spaces, somebody needs to let me know, not just as to the $50 billion.
In addition to the Eastern grant, from a Eastern Oregon CCO standpoint, we've been tracking the awards very carefully, and I will get you feedback on an analysis of the first round of awards from OHA. I'll get that to you. And then lastly, in addition to workforce, as Tim pointed out, the university, as you know, is a huge economic engine for this part of the state. Union County can't survive without it, and I'm not sure Eastern Oregon can survive without it. Not just from a workforce standpoint, but from just from an economic engine standpoint. So we're very fortunate that we are at the time financially stable. HB 4124 it's a risk. I mean, it's a sword hanging over our head. We're going to make the best of it. We're going to use that process to the best of our advantage that we can make it. But it's clearly a threat. So those are 3 things I wanted to emphasize. I will see if you have any additional comments, and if not, then I'll turn it over to the board to ask any questions that they might have. They're good people.
If I may, it would be nice to hear from each person, but you've mentioned a number of things that the college is doing to make it worthy of continued support. But that's going to be the most important thing I can take away from this meeting of all the good reasons why. Having been here and gone to school, it certainly was valuable to me. But lots of things have changed, and so how it fits the space you are now in, and all of the changes that have occurred. I'd sure like to know what you guys have been thinking. As we mentioned, as we discussed this morning, it won't be me figuring out how to solve these problems. It's got to be you guys. So I'm very interested in hearing the solutions that you plan on presenting to Salem. Why? And you've given me some. So if there are more, I'd like to hear them. So yeah.
Good. So does anyone? I think we have someone ready to.
I was just going to say, are you going to be proud of me for volunteering to go first?
Critiquing. The point on calling on you first is to challenge you to develop counter-preferential skills.
I got all sorts of those. No, I'm happy to run Aaron Lair. I'm in the K-12 space here in Oregon, and also sit in a research space currently with a lot about rural students, access to educational opportunity. I'm, in fact, digging into K-12 data around course access for our rural K-12 students and the differential of what education looks like depending on where you attend. And I think that is what needs to be elevated here, is that when a lot of these conversations are getting dissolved into budget-based exclusive conversations, it gets really challenging to make the case or have the conversation around what EOU is providing from a budget-only standpoint. So I think what I find critical is that research is showing rural boys are not choosing college, and I caution the assumption that means they're going to technical schools, because I don't think that's true either. I think they're just opting out. They're being disenfranchised from higher education systems, and I care deeply about our rural boys and girls. And without universities like Eastern Oregon, we don't have that required personal connection that's in the space they live and work. We can't go capture their attention on a tractor during the summer and say, hey, you can still do that. And in fact, you can be more adaptive to be farming in the Grand Ronde Valley here while attending the university and developing skills that put you in different places as you go through your careers. So I think, and I don't know if this is directly answering your question, but as I think about kind of the critical inflection point we're in, is that while we're dissolving so many of these national and state conversations into generalizing broad brush assumptions of institutions as a whole, we are in a place that we need to lean into the nuance. I said this earlier, and find spaces and places where somebody will sit like you are today and allow us to explain these very unique, challenging narrative pieces that set universities like EOU apart. And in the current landscape of higher education, we're who needs to be leaned into, because we have a best pathway to really capture the attention of the disenfranchised students, I think, right now, because we're not just higher ed for the sake of higher ed. We're a very specifically targeted culture, audience, etc. But we're also targeting an audience that doesn't come from money, that doesn't have these channels to help keep some of the former higher ed structures afloat, so to speak. So we need some advocates to surround us. But I don't know if that answered your question.
So if I may, the cattle business has never been better in the history of the world, ever. And I know, because I'm from that space, and a number of my brothers and nieces and nephews are in that space. They're making more money than they've ever made. What's the college done? So to say that their kids are disadvantaged would be incorrect, even though they're going to school out at Juntura and Druzy and Crane and places like that. That's where I went. There were 8 kids in my school at Pine Creek. We had a
My husband went to Pine Creek.
Yeah, well, but you understand that there's nobody would have thought necessarily that we came from money, but we certainly didn't fit the disadvantaged. But what my real point is, things have changed in the last couple of years in the cattle space. There isn't literally anybody in the Druzy Valley that's not a multimillionaire, because their ranches are worth millions. The ranch that I used to help sell in my law practice for $1 million is now going for $5 million, $6 million, $7 million. So for real. Now, and the only thing that makes it even half palatable is that suddenly a cow used to be worth $500 is worth $5,000. That won't last. It'll change. But what is the college doing to take advantage, if that's the right word, but to recognize, because the needs for people who suddenly are worth tens of millions of dollars are far different than the needs of somebody that was worth a fraction of that 5 years ago. So is the college nimble enough to recognize those economic changes? There's another thing that's happening. One of my brothers that used to be the county sheriff, I have 5 little brothers, but one of them has been working with the Grassy Mountain Gold Mine for 10 years. It's about to open. Believe it or not, a mine in Oregon. There's about $2 billion worth of proven reserve of gold and of 800 feet down. They're going to employ about 100 people. The jobs are very, very good jobs. That's the first of about a dozen different mining opportunities that are waiting to move forward to see if this one actually happens. This could happen as early as September. Finally, there's one signature left at the state level. I'm just saying, what is the college doing to recognize these economic opportunities and changes, and then acting upon them? I only mention it on the child end of things, because those kids are not broke. At least those ranch kids. Now, there's lots of other kids out there, but I just want to mention that one group.
Yeah, and I can speak to that actually quite personally. My father-in-law was a cow boss. He worked for the rich person. My husband moved 14 times before he graduated from high school, and they have nothing, right? So there's a lot of adjacent students. We have Brenda from Harney County, and she can speak to it, and the abject poverty surrounding that is also true. So I think that yes, and the university, I think we have a lot of really good conversations. I've been really proud of what the university has been able to do to pivot into some certificate spaces, because then it gives the lighter time for very targeted skill sets that those who are in those ranching spaces that do have the opportunity and the affluence to be the land owning side of that and the cattle owning side of that. And there's a lot of philanthropy that flows through those families, because I'm very connected to a lot of those as well. So not to undermine that side of it, but we're working on those light touch points that say, if you have a specific skill, if you want to come refresh on precision agriculture or something like that, that's kind of taking stock, we'll have ways to let you engage with us at EOU to help continue to refine your craft and stay up. So things like that. The problem that we find that, again, this is kind of where state gets tricky, is it's not how we're funded. So matriculation is so critical that as we make those pivots or we look at some of those innovative ways to approach adult learners, it's not always as resourced as if we approach a 18-year-old that's coming to become a full-time student. But I would also say that, yes, as agriculture comes and flows, I just took out 20,000 cherry trees, because commodities and small farms don't work if you're not the corporate. So I understand the ag side of it as I'm in the K-12 side of it. I would just caution that there's also a lot of students adjacent to agriculture that in Oregon K-12, we try to articulate that rural, while Yellowstone is romanticized, what the lifestyle looks like, there's a lot of kids that don't live that part of it. And there's a lot of kids that we associate sort of this vision of poverty as like a choice. So I think what I come into from the student perspective is, how do we partner with the major ag players that are passionate about the kids that are theirs and the ones that go to school with their children, like my husband was, and give them opportunities to engage in higher ed, to your point, while being nimble and understanding that maybe money flows through our economy in a little different way than it did 40 years ago, or maybe the industries or what skill sets you need in those industries might have pivoted a little. So again, I'm not sure if that was what and Dr. Ryan looks like she had a follow-up.
Yeah, just to get to the specific question you asked, I want to share, our agricultural entrepreneurship degree, and we have the dean actually catty corner from you over there, who probably love to tell you about it. Actually serves quite well, I would argue, the agricultural industry, and we're looking at a certificate now to advance a technology certificate specific to the ag industry. Computer science, increasingly important to ag industry. And then, just to extend the argument that I think you've heard today, the tentacles of EOU are everywhere. The sons and daughters of both the wealthy and the more disenfranchised rely on us for teachers, healthcare workers through our partnership with OHSU, animal science through our partnership with OSU, of course. But I really want to throw this question.
Here, I was also working for Beef Northwest, and so I was able to use what I was gaining here at EOU as a means to advance my career with Beef Northwest, so in the ag space and the cattle space specifically. So I guess as an example of what EOU can bring to a community or do for people, I mean, I'm probably a pretty good example, as you are as well, given your history. So that's my background. I would just put another note on the Ag Entrepreneurship Program, which is a new program. I think, is it 3-4 years old? But as an employer at Beef Northwest, we have several people on our staff today that are alum of that program. And so that's a very unique program in the state, in the region, and it's really a good one. So being creative like that, I think EOU has done a good job getting creative and pivoting to the needs of matching students with work outcomes in ag through that degree.
Let the Yellowstone thing slide by without mentioning I had dinner with Kevin Costner. I say that had dinner with, there were 12 of us there in Hot Springs, Arkansas, about 2 months ago. When I went up to him to be introduced, I said, hey, Mr. Costner, I want to thank you for the work you've done to try to make the cowboy life look more interesting. Is that the right word for it? I think I've watched 10 minutes of Yellowstone in my entire life. So after I made this, I had carefully planned what I was going to say. I got done saying, Kevin Costner is almost totally deaf. So he didn't hear a damn thing I said. Maybe it was all for the best. When we had the hearing the following day, it was on the a bill, Great America Act, and he had the Deputy Secretary, Kate McGregor, whisper everything into his ear that was asked of him. So we called her the Kevin Whisperer. I would say on the ranching side of things and on the Beef Northwest, a huge success story for all kinds of reasons. And of course, I've known the family for a long time. Was it John and his cousin? I think that's how it started. But the college building on that kind of foundation is a really, really good idea. And there's lots of opportunities there. I would just want to know how has the college communicated that opportunity to the broader scope of eligible folk that might want to take advantage of the program. I don't know how you guys, someone can perhaps share how you guys are getting the word out. I really don't have a clue.
That's maybe a better question for advancement. I mean, I'm not sure how, but promoting what the college has to offer is critically important. So I'm glad you brought that up for sure.
Certainly, and I'm not the enrollment manager, but certainly the things that we do for the university is outreach, of course, to all of those students in those areas, particularly through the traditional high school visits and connections to those students. We geo-target their homes and their neighborhoods and their schools so that we get information that gets served up to them on the platforms that they use and those students are looking at on a daily basis to help remind them about EOU. Obviously, our athletic programs are down recruiting in those areas and connecting up with those students as well. And we do see them come onto campus. We go down and make visits in those areas. The President and I have we've been to Burns, out to Crane as well. And we also spend a lot of time connecting with and communicating with our alumni in those regions as well. So there's quite a bit. The ongoing challenge is just that national discussion around the value of a university degree. So why should the young man who's working at an ag producing family ranch think about, oh, do I want to go to college? Why am I going to go to college? And it's that long-term objective of, like you said, the market's going to change. It's good right now. The market's going to change. Or how do you turn their attention to the away from, I can get a job right now and start making 18, 23, 24 bucks an hour. And why not? Why don't I just go ahead and do that? And then pretty soon they're in a position where it's very difficult for them to go back and finish that or get that degree. So I think President has some other things to add too.
Yeah, I guess I would share this is not a degree program that is dying. Like it's a degree program. It's one of the fastest growing degree programs we have. And so word of mouth has meant it's growing at a rate of usually 1% to 2% a year since it's been established, which is, really incredible in a declining higher education market within the state itself. And so it's highly popular in part because of its effectiveness. And I would share that the program does a really good job of taking students, not just to deal with beef, but also like potatoes, right? So they actually take students out to various regions throughout Eastern Oregon, mostly, to meet with employers. And so employers and students are getting good connections very early on. And so, this is a program that's doing exceedingly well and fighting the odds, and indeed strongly surpassed, no offense, OSU, but I mean, they have like 6 students and this one has over 100. So it's doing well.
I would like to broaden the answer to your question about what the university is doing for the ranchers. Who's going to teach the ranchers' children? Who's going to provide the health care? Who's going to run the implement business, have the business acumen to help them run the business? So what I'm saying is, let's widen the focus beyond just the ranch itself to the support services that without those services, the ranchers aren't going to survive, whether or not the economy changes for them or not. They're going to need those services. And those services are not going to be supplied by trade schools. They're not going to be supplied by high school graduates. They're going to be supplied by college graduates. And that's one of the main things this university does for this geographic region.
Is there a number of how many students we're talking about? This prospective crop of students coming in, how many are out there in this space called Eastern Oregon, Southern Oregon, Portland, when people come from Portland? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we could get that to you. Absolutely.
The audience to whom the college is most likely to attract.
You bet.
That would be a huge interest to me. The dramatic reduction in the number of kids being born. I will tell you that somebody didn't get that message to Juntura. There's all kinds of little kids there. You're in danger of having your ankles chewed off when I've never seen so many little kids in my life. And there seems to be a wide variation. But I'm just curious how many.
We'll analyze the water in Gentura. I think that could be a student project.
Maybe that was it.
But in short, if I may, it's my job to know these things, right? Is, over 50% of our students come from rural communities, right? And so that's critical for us to understand. Nearly 80% are coming from Oregon, but we do have diverse populations. Students like Emily come here and then move to Eastern Oregon. And it's a critical driver of the economic and workforce success that EOU can bring to the region. Our number one transfer population is, of course, from BMCC, and our number 3 is TVCC. But we also have students over here like Amdi from the Community College of Palau, and we have a big transfer pipeline from the College of Marshall Islands. But Portland Community College is actually our number 2 biggest transfer place. But, our primary mission is, of course, to serve Eastern Oregon's high school populations, bringing them in, and then workforce development for those who are non-traditional. Over 30% of our students are over the age of 30 and upskilling, reskilling through our online programs. But we can happily get you more information.
I'd like to give Professor Costi, who is our new faculty representative on the board, an opportunity to ask a question. Dan, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Congressman Benz, for being here with us. I think I don't really have a question, but, just I'd be remiss if we didn't also highlight the need of workforce in the public sector as well as the private sector. Eastern Oregon is what's called the graying of public service in rural spaces, where you have a lot of folks, county clerks, city planners, city managers, they're all retiring. And who's going to be that next generation to step up and be those public servants that are offering, ethical and competent local and state public service? And so what I myself and my department, we do a good job at getting students out into the field as soon as possible to see what type of work, in public service, to get them passionate about it and in those spaces. And so I think part of this is also recognizing that, I took one of my classes to the League of Oregon Cities conference, and we had city managers and mayors coming up to my students like they've never met a student before. Like, what do you do? How do we get you into these spaces? And so we have the jobs. We just need you to be trained up for it. And so, I am also the director of the MPA program to make sure that we keep our local people in these spaces. And so I do think that there is, we do need help in getting more students connected with, or at least exposed to these type of jobs as well, so that we can fit that public service workforce as well.
And that's Master of Public Administration, just in case the acronym threw you.
Forgive me, P, not B.
Anyone else have a comment or a thought? Thanks, Dan. I was remiss in not mentioning the public sector.
I had one follow-up for the Congressman. You asked us about how we're addressing some of the challenges and what we're trying to do to be nimble. And, I think that's one of the major purposes, I guess, of this board, is to try to come up with those ideas and things that can be a success. But I would just say, and I guess I'm speaking on behalf of the board, but we would be very open to your feedback as well. If there are areas you think that we should be focusing that we aren't, we'd really like to hear that. So I just wanted to say that and open that up. If we're missing something, or if there's something that we should be focusing on, I think that feedback would be good for us to hear.
Just so you know, Cliff, as soon as I got back, I talked to the provost and the vice president of academic affairs about wildfire AI. So we're on it.
Well, fire sure seems to be something that we have a lot more of. I would just say that there's the biggest problem we seem to have right now is our population is shrinking. That's a huge problem, and so on the immigration side of things, I have taken a very aggressive position for my party on trying to support immigration and try to figure out a way of managing through the current environment because I view immigration as extremely important to the future of the country. With a declining birth rate, we're not going to keep up. How one designs a college in anticipation of further reductions of just not having enough people floating around is a real question. Not knowing exactly how many kids are out there or how many are likely to go to college, it's a little unclear to me exactly what you dangle in front of them, because I don't know how exactly one would do that. As far as the type of jobs, I'm much better at saying what has been of greatest concern to me in my position as an employer, both back in the law firm. And I think at the peak we had 12 lawyers in our law firm, and that was huge for Eastern Oregon. I think they have 10 now, and we had about 15, 20 support staff. In my current job, I have 19 people that work for me, about half in Oregon, half in DC. And in all of those situations, particularly in hiring, I do not know how many lawyers, I was struck by how few people could write. And I'm not sure I can overstate the dearth of good writers out there. It's ridiculously bad. I don't know if AI is going to make that worse. Probably it is going to make it worse. But I don't know how many times I've screamed in dismay as I've reviewed materials that are given to me by my staff. Now, over time, everybody seems to be getting better, for real, which is really good news. But having good writers, it seems to me to be something that we should be doing regardless of space. So there's one. And by good writers, it fits all over the place. Newspapers don't seem to exist anymore, but there's sure a lot of words on the internet. And so that's a space that's of great interest. Of course, I used AI this morning for about an hour and a half, getting ready for the meetings I've been having on fire. It's an unbelievable tool, unbelievable. And since I'm on the subcommittee that has jurisdiction over AI, I've had the opportunity to appear in front of, or they appear in front of us, the top 4 AI people in the United States. And we constantly are being challenged by how in the world the federal government is going to step in and help, if that's the right word, protect people against the dangers of AI. But how this college chooses to fit in that space, I don't know. But that seems to be this wide open frontier that no one quite recognizes yet. I've suggested that you need an AI coach that sits there and tells you, and you can take these introductory classes and whatnot that kind of open the door to that future. But it seems to me that any conversation now has to get knee deep, if not deeper, into the AI space, because it is truly transformative, for better or for worse. I will tell you, these guys come in and they beg us to regulate them, these top people, for real. The top of Google, the top of Anthropic, all these groups. And it's almost as they're asking for forgiveness in advance of disaster. That's what I see happening. But for this college, it just seems to me that every conversation is going to get there really fast. So there's so many people out in the Eastern Oregon that haven't yet realized what's upon us, both on the good side and the bad. Probably best to focus on the good. But it's amazing what you can do with these tools. It is astounding. And so I would be spending a whole bunch of my time trying to figure out how in the world to incorporate it into almost everything. And you must be doing that already, but yeah. Anyway, I could go on for an hour. I will also stop there and say there's lots of opportunity out there in all of these spaces, but I think AI is the biggest thing right now. As I mentioned this morning, we had
session on the university's AI strategy, and the gentleman sitting right behind you is in charge of that. And the provost gave us an excellent explanation of efforts, updating us on efforts to date. And we actually discussed putting AI on as a regular agenda item on academic and student affairs committees as well as governance. So yeah, we're and I've mentioned this to you several times. This is a great group of people. We're very fortunate to have the quality of people on this board that we do. I mean, you and I, we're old timers. It's I don't know how much we could bring to these things, but we're very fortunate to have a terrific group of people, and that along with the staff and along with the faculty, and in my mind, that's what's going to keep Eastern sustainable. No matter what's thrown at us, Eastern Oregon has a way, doesn't it, of surviving adversity, and we'll do it. But we're going to need help. So, does anyone else have? Is that a good enough summary? Oh, Andy. Well, this is our new student trustee. Congressman, as Tim said, she's from Plow. Her goal is to get her master's degree and go to work for the UN. This is a tremendous individual, and we're also fortunate to have her on the board. Go ahead.
Hello, Congressman. So my question is kind of alluding to your legislative focus on the sustainability of entitlement programs like Medicaid. And I know Dr. Hoffman has a lot to do with it too, considering OHP, Oregon Health Plan, your work with EOCCO. I actually, because I hear that it is your legislative focus, and that you have been kind of aiding in the reform of it, my question, as a Pacific Islander student at Eastern, I'm concerned that Medicaid changes could kind of disappropriately affect communities like mine. And I'm worried that, how does that reform look for its effects on my community, like Pacific Islander students? And also, the reason why I ask is because Pacific Islander students like me make up a lot of not only EOU's percentage of students, but also the community. We talk a lot about how we give back to the community as EOU, but there is a reason why there is a large population of Pacific Islander students here. And I think it's not only because of the vibrant university that we have, the academic innovation, and also the student-centered education that is provided here, but also programs like the OHP that has helped us get on our feet when we come. Because I do want to note that when students like me come here, we don't have the same medical insurance that other students have. And because of through our benefits navigator, we've been able to have access to this, and it is important to me, but also to the rest of my community because I am also a OHP member. Yeah, that's all I had.
Well, it's a really good question. I'm glad you asked it. If you'll write down this phone number, I'll give it to you right now. If you have, or type it up or do something, 202-868-2649. So it's 202-868-2649. And that is my healthcare experts in my staff's number. Her name is Kayla, and her last name is Russian, Ilinik, but it's Keilah, and then her last name is Russian. It's Lilynykh. She's getting married today, so she's not available today. I questioned her dedication to her job, but still, I guess that's the way it goes. She is extremely bright. She's the best writer we have on our staff, and I think everybody would agree. And she can answer your question directly as to the impact of the changes on your group. So I'm not going to sit here and take a wild guess because it varies considerably depending upon where you fit. As far as the future of Medicaid goes, one fact I try to always call out is that the budget for Medicaid is not going down. We will spend more money on Medicaid this year than we spent last. and we'll spend more money next year on Medicaid than we spent this year. It continues to go up. And the doctor knows this. Despite the changes that we have made, which are many times described as gutting Medicaid, that's a lie, or destroying Medicaid, that's a lie. The program is extraordinarily important, and it will continue. The challenge in any of these programs is, in some fashion, to be able to do something with them without being crucified by the people on the other side of the aisle. Because they instantly, as you can tell, will say that if you even mutter the word Medicaid, you're gutting it, you're destroying it, you're harming it. And I guarantee you, because I get subjected to all of that. The truth of the matter is that the challenges in this space are fraud, which is enormous, and trying to figure out how in the world to deal with it. At its worst, it was in, I want to say Minneapolis, about $9 billion stolen. $9 billion, that was ridiculous. And then the amount that's down in California, they had just twice the number of centers to provide end-of-life services. There were twice as many as were needed for the people that were passing away. And so we knew that many of them were totally fraudulent. And to that end, they just cut off half of them from receiving any money. So the key to my answer to your question is to say we're going to continue to spend more on that program every year looking forward, notwithstanding the changes we have made. It's an extraordinarily important program, and it will continue. We have imposed work requirements on the able-bodied, and there is a laundry list of those who are not. I had the occasion to go to Africa 2 weeks ago. We met with the president of Rwanda. What an interesting person. 32 years ago, he stopped the genocide there. He managed to stop it. And so we had an hour and a half with him on a table just like this. We were closer than I am to the important people here. And one of the things that he said is that everybody in this country has to contribute something. That's a direct quote. Everybody in this country has to contribute something. And I would say the same thing about America. Everybody's got to contribute something. And some people don't. They sit in the basement and play video games. They don't do anything. And that's not what's going to make this country work. In Rwanda, which is one of the poorest countries I've ever been in my life, and I've been in a bunch, everybody is doing something. People are along the road literally raking up leaves and stacking them up and trying to keep everything clean. Everybody's doing something. And it is sad, but for people to flail out and say, I'm sorry, I can't go get a job. In Oregon, by the way, the income requirement, somebody would say it's 80 hours a month. It's not true. It's 39. For part of it, volunteering, it's 80. Getting a job, the reason is because of the minimum wage. The 80 is based on $7 an hour. We don't have $7 an hour here. We have 15. So the amount of time you'd actually have to work to assuming you're able-bodied, would be something like 39 hours a month. Would that be enough to contribute to your country? And that would then guarantee you that you would stay eligible for Medicaid. So I have great impatience for those who choose not to contribute to our country. Great impatience, because it takes all of us if this country is going to survive. And that's one of the reasons I'm so happy to support this college, because it's sitting in an extraordinarily rural space. I have Malheur County, one of the poorest states in the state. And this institution is doing its best to lift people up. And education is the best way to do it. And so on the Medicaid side of things, I just want you to be assured. But it will continue as a program. I will tell you, Kayla is very, very, very bright, and she won't be back for a couple of weeks. But then you call her, tell her who you are, and I will text her. My staff will text her right now and tell her to get ready for your call. And what's your first name again?
It's Omdi. Okay. It's kind of hard to spell, but it's OMDI.
All right. She will call you, Andy. Okay.
Thank you, Congressman. That was really reassuring.
Thanks again for taking the time to hear from us and to help us with the problems we face. It's always good to see you. I look forward to seeing you the next time.
Thank everybody that's on this board, being on boards. My wife's on the Treasure Valley Community College board. I've learned a lot about community colleges. She's a veterinarian, just retired. 3 degrees from Oregon State, 1 degree from Lewis and Clark. She got a history degree and then realized it was worthless, so she had to go back and get 3 more degrees. Well, there is that. There's always, I'm a history major also, but I did it because I get straight A's and get into law school. But I just want to thank you guys for being on the board. It's an important space, to say the least.
I have an important message for you. My husband, Dan, says to say hello. He, like Rep. Bentz, was a ranch kid from Harney County who made good choices and went to college. Cliff made a better one because he went to EOU instead of OSU. Dan thought he was going to be a rancher. I thought I was going to be a ranch wife. I wasn't because the cattle prices fell and Grandma said we couldn't come back to the ranch. So we had to do the next best thing and go to law school, like Cliff.
But I think Dan was employed as a public. His ASC, I can't remember his. I forget.
He and you have to be a multitasker when you're a country lawyer in John Day. So he did some indigent defense, and then he did all the other estates and real estate and domestic, and he did all that stuff. Yeah. He actually interned at the Yaturi Rose firm, I think, when he was in. I don't know if you were there yet.
You're free. Thanks very much, and thanks to the board. Good meeting. We'll do it again soon. The meeting stands adjourned.